Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back and welcome to the workshop. For this afternoon, we've got a couple of interesting topics in front of us, one being the landfill and the other being our rates and finance review. So we're now moving into the landfill options. And Daniel, you're leading this, are you? I see Alice is online. Welcome, Alice. And still councillors Proctor and Jennings are there as well. So let's get into it. All yours, Daniel.
Good afternoon. So Alice is joining us online from Morrison and Lowe and will step us through the presentation that's being pre-circulated. But just really wanted to acknowledge some representatives from NLG and PMG that are here today and those that may be viewing online, that we have had a meeting this morning. We went through that same presentation. There was a lot of clear emotion around the directive for closure of the Levin Landfill and the history behind that. We did need to acknowledge and communicate the upcoming LTP process, that we do need to go once more around this decision-making process, and we look to make those that have previously submitted their lives as easy as possible to ensure that feedback is taken into account in this process. But really clearly, and it was understood that there's a legal requirement to go back to the community as part of the long-term plan amendment in the coming months around alternative options for Levin Landfill. So effectively, simple terms we boiled down to this morning. There's been a lot of work around different options for alternate uses and the like. But really we're faced with the decision upcoming as part of the LTP to reopen the landfill, which was option 3 and not the recommended option currently from our technical experts, to close the landfill entirely and really lock it up for future use in terms of no alternate use, or to move forward with the closure of the landfill, but to further investigate and a business case project type arrangement around alternative uses, be it solar farms, be it native tree nurseries. So there's a range of options that were looked at there, and it was fairly well understood that there is an upcoming decision that is required as part of that long-term plan amendment. The level of detail around that was questioned throughout that process, and we've heard some of that earlier around different aspects that were allowed for within that business case, be it the ongoing maintenance costs or the sludge and the like. So we'll look to address those throughout the presentation today, but also be following up next week with a finalised business case and material that will be packaged up to go to audit on the 13th of February. So really happy to take questions, and any further details or clarifications that we can't respond to today, we'll ensure we can come back and wrap up that information into that business case. So on that note, I'll look to hand over to you, Alice, and we'll sort of tag team as we step through that presentation. If we could, obviously just give us a signal when you need to change slides. Thank you.
I've got control of the slide deck today, so I can move them forward myself for a change. But the disadvantage of not being in the room with you all, and I'm disappointed I can't be there today, is that I can't see the questions being asked. So we'll need your help around letting me know if there's questions or if you need me to stop so that that we can talk to those. And the screen is up on this side, so when I'm talking to the slides, I'm not talking to you as a group. But yes, flooding in Auckland means that I had to cancel today. But hopefully next time, if there's an opportunity, that doesn't happen. The slides that we're going to go through today, the same presentation was given to the interested community members this morning as being used here. There are some aspects in here that were part of the conversation we had prior to Christmas that the community needed to see as well. So some of those we may not need to speak to for as long in this conversation, and more looking to the financial and sort of the outcomes of the assessment. But just let us know as we're going through. So we are this is one you've seen many times in the work we've done since late last year, and we're in this future landfill site options part of the discussion. Today we are looking at presenting key aspects of the business case supplementary analysis report, the draft of which has been circulated, seeking feedback and questions from you on the analysis and how the options are presented for consultation. Why was the supplementary analysis undertaken? There was a requirement within the business case to look more broadly at the options, including covering off the status quo, which as presented in 2021 long-term plan, which was to keep the landfill operating, receiving 30,000 tonnes a year and operating through to closure in 2037. There was a need to develop strategic objectives about what outcomes, to recognise the outcomes that you as decision makers are looking for when looking at future use for the Levin landfill. There's a need to expand the long list to make sure that it covered a more broader range of options available, particularly in if it's not a landfill, what else could it be used for? And to assess those against those strategic objectives. We've updated the financial modelling, and there's a revised shortlist of options for consultation. So this is the work that you collectively were supported with towards the end of last year, which was looking at what are the objectives for future use of the site. And there's just one that's changed in this slide where we previously had generate net revenue, and when we were undertaking the assessment and it didn't read well, so we changed it to minimise cost for ratepayers because and looking at the assessment, that's what we felt was really being considered when we were looking at the options. We spoke to this towards the end of last year. So this is there's options around reopening the landfill, operating with a high volume of tonnes, a slightly lower volume of tonnes, keeping the landfill closed. There's opportunities to use the site for alternative use that generate revenue. If there's no end use or it's used just for recreation purposes, there's no revenue associated with that. And then the one that's off the table, which is although the landfill agreement allows for closure in 2025, there's not sufficient time, which we talked about a number of times. So this again, when we looked at those, the objectives and the options that were available, the highest ranked options were ones that were able to support the restoration of Hokio or support that waste minimisation while also generating revenue, and that those alternative uses can be combined to enhance the benefits associated with them. The lowest ranked options are those associated with continuing to operate the landfill as a landfill, and also some of the, uses that are similar or would have similar outcomes. For example, construction and demolition fill or managed fill doesn't have the same environmental impacts as waste fill, but it has impacts that need to be managed. Whereas using the site for clean fill, where it's clean soil, comes in as one of the higher ranked options because it is soil that is of quality that can be used to help with the old dump remediation and also with the closure works for the landfill itself. So it has benefits in terms of what the wider outcomes are for council. In the supplementary analysis, the full options assessment is included as an appendix in there, so you're able to have a look at what the scoring was if that level of detail is something that you want to look at. And having had that broad scan across what all the alternative uses might be, we got to a point where we ended up describing the options as being option one where the Levin landfill closes and no alternative use is considered for the landfill site and waste is disposed out of district. And then option two is, again, the landfill remains closed and waste goes out of district, but alternative uses are contemplated that can generate revenue for the site and therefore offset some of the cost difference that you'll see between keeping the landfill open, or reopening the landfill, which is option three, and therefore sort of offsetting some of the cost associated with the decision to close the landfill. One of the interesting conversations this morning with the stakeholder groups was around, for them, the decision at this point is sort of close the landfill or keep it open, and then have the door open later to think, they sort of want to think later about what the alternative uses are. But, for this stakeholder, this decision-making group, that sort of what else could the site be used for was something that sort of played into what was important in terms of thinking about how the site could be used and what it meant to close the landfill. So I think, but in saying that sort of view from the community around, that I guess that uncertainty about what alternative uses might be is the whole, at this point in time, it's about setting a direction that says, yes, council officers, we want you to look into what the alternative uses are, and that there is still more work to do if you go down that path to find something that is workable in terms of the community and how they support those. Financial modelling. So we've taken that. What we've done is basically said we want to look at what is the net cost of disposal for Horowhenua District Council controlled waste, and that involves a comparison between out-of-district disposal and in-district disposal, in-district being use of Levin Landfill, and that the net cost difference that you get between 1 and 2 is the opportunity that option 2 presents to generate revenue from alternative uses, so bridging that financial gap. The net cost of disposal in option 1 and option 2 is the same. And we haven't modelled a specific alternative use in this, as that depends on the scope and scale of that alternative use. And what we've done is said, well, when we look at that difference between the two, what do we see as the likely revenue from alternative uses when they're used around the country? Does it fully bridge that gap, or is it a partial bridging of that gap? The modelling we've done is comparative to enable comparing in-district versus out-of-district disposal. So things like landfill debt we've kept out of the conversation, we've left out of the model, and likewise the old dump remediation. That those are something that will take place regardless, and decisions have been made around the best practical option for that. It doesn't mean they're not going to happen. It's just that it's not part of that comparative modelling. In terms of modelling inputs, obviously the difference out-of-district versus in-district disposal. And what we've done is for the out-of-district, we've focused on that high tonnes option, which is the option that's in the 2021 LTP. And with option 3, it contemplates commercial tonnes being used to top up, to be disposed on top of council's tonnes, generating revenue that then offset the cost associated with operating the site. And there are capital costs associated with the two options as well. So with option 1, there is still costs associated with closing the landfill. One of the things to note in option 3 is that the cost associated with consenting the landfill to 2037 have been included in that as well as the actual sort of physical liner costs and the later capping off of the site when it's finished. Outputs from the modelling. So when we looked at the financials from the perspective of the whole of life cash flow, what's the total cost money that would be spent over 30 years, and therefore what is the average of that on a yearly basis. We looked at the NPV, so the net present value. So just looking at those three, the fundamental difference is that out-of-district disposal is 1.6 million per year on average, a cost to council. And both options, or all three options, are a cost to council. There's no option that results in there being a net surplus that can then be used to fund other activities. It is all spent within that waste disposal activity. So out-of-district versus an in-district, where you have revenue coming in to offset those costs, 1.1 million a year. So the cost difference that we're talking about and thinking about trying to close the gap with alternative use is 500,000 a year, so $500,000. We then did some modelling of some other scenarios just to understand some of the other impacts. And one of the key things that we looked at was what happens if the landfill only receives 10,000 tonnes per annum, which is what was modelled in the original business case. And what happens there is you actually get the average cost at 1.7 million a year is higher than the cost of out-of-district disposal for that option. So if you can't get sufficient commercial tonnes in, you are better. The out-of-district option becomes better regardless. And the modelling that we did on that sort of break-even point was that you would need 8,000 tonnes per annum of commercial waste, so operating the landfill with about 12,500 tonnes per year, in order for the in-district to be commercially, well, to be a better option, have a lower net cost to council than taking it out of district. We also just had a look at what it would mean if council's waste increased to 8,000 tonnes a year, and obviously the cost goes up because you're disposing of more waste, which is recovered through the cost of the collection service. But the gap between in option 1 and option 3 closes to 300,000. So this slide just provides a bit of a summary of what the financial comparison shows. So all options are a net cost of waste disposal, and you see none of them generate a surplus. Option 3 has the best financial outcome for HTC with the highest, because it's got the highest revenue. The difference between the options, 500,000 a year. The cost can be bridged with alternative site uses, i.e. using option 2. But when we look at what sort of typical, like if you operated as a clean fill or you operated a resource recovery type facility, the royalties that you would normally get on that are sort of, I've seen anything from $2 to $20 a tonne for material placed. And so it's more likely to be in that kind of 100,000 a year, given the scale of the operation that you're likely to have there and what we've seen in other places around New Zealand. So, but nonetheless, any revenue that you get from using the site for other reasons makes option 2 better financially than option 1, so that it is better financially to explore those alternative uses. In option 3, to get there, you actually need 25,000 tonnes per annum of commercial waste, and there is a significant risk that can't be sourced. And as we said, you need at least 8,000 tonnes to at least break even. And we've talked about closing the gap if the volume of council-controlled waste is higher. So financial considerations is only part of the picture. The other part of the picture is the non-financial comparison. And when we look back at the original business case and we thought about the new options 1, 2 and 3 against what there was a wellbeing assessment undertaken in the original business case and what the assessment criteria were under there, it's likely that the assessment remains relevant for this revised shortlist, that it still shows that out-of-district disposal is significantly better from a non-financial, from a wellbeing perspective than the in-district landfill. And option 3 ranked the lowest out of all of when we did the long list against the strategic objective. So it doesn't help support restoration of mana of Hokio. It doesn't make the site available to support resource recovery. It doesn't protect the environment from further harm, and it doesn't meet council's consent obligations. But it has to be recognised that there is financial benefit from the revenue that you receive. So that's that, the trade-off that you as decision makers are looking at is how significant is 500,000 a year to you when compared to the non-financial disbenefits of option 3. So option 1 didn't rank as well as option 2. So option 1, where you just no longer use the Hokio landfill site for any future use. They both meet consent obligations, reduce environmental harm and help restore mana of Hokio. But option 1 does not mean that the site is not available for resource recovery, and it doesn't have the opportunity to generate revenue to offset cost. So this slide just provides a summary of the advantages, disadvantages, and the cost that sit there with the 3 options. And so in summary, option 1 It is consistent with the landfill agreement and resource consents, which reduces risk of legal action and is supported by interested community members. And it does not require a source of commercial tonnes to make it viable. You don't have that risk sitting there. On the downside, it is the higher cost option. It's the highest cost option, and it requires transportation to out-of-district landfill with the risk of cost increases and also greenhouse gas emissions associated with transport. As you move into option 2, it's the same as option 1, but in addition, you're generating revenue. The site use, being able to use the site for resource recovery helps support council's waste minimisation goals. Local facilities reduce greenhouse gas emissions for resource recovery. And likewise on the disadvantages, there are disadvantages to using the site for alternative use, and in particular, there are potential environmental risks and consent requirements and impacts on the Hokia community that need to be considered once you go down the path, or if you choose to go down the path of exploring those alternative uses. And the revenue doesn't fully offset the cost, so what we said in the cash flow is it will be less than 1.6 million, but the extent to which it is depends on the use selected. So option 3, which is in district, yes, it's the lowest cost to council, but there are big disadvantages associated with breaching the landfill agreement and resource consents. There's a high risk of legal action and loss of community support, significant risks those commercial tonnes can't be sourced, and you have the ongoing environmental impacts from 30,000 tonnes a year from the landfill operation.
Alice, it might be helpful just to pause on that slide and perhaps take some questions around the process that's being taken to do the comparative analysis, particularly when we start to delve into the last comments around the potential future costs of reconsenting on option 3 and legal costs versus similar risks and allowances around the likes of option 1, where there could be future escalation of costs if a decision was made to close the landfill with the out of district, and just how the thought process was put in place to land on a comparative assessment in the business case. So I thought it might be helpful to throw that out for questions at this point, just around where this initial process has landed and any questions you might have around what's in and what's out of that comparative assessment. Sam or Councillor Jennings or Proctor online, perhaps? Haven't got any questions in the room at this point.
All good, thanks, Daniel.
Councillor Proctor, you've got your hand up.
Just a minor question, really. I mean, the details of the ongoing resource consents, what sort of resource consents are needed with option 2?
Option 2 depends on the use. So, nonetheless, for operating resource recovery facilities, you need land use consent, you need, depending on the scale of it, sometimes you need air discharge, sometimes you need track waste. So pretty, typical.
So no consents associated with an operation of a landfill or anything like that?
No, so what you would do, though, is that the landfill consents would be varied to recognise that it's now a closed landfill site and that there's still monitoring going on and remedial works if needed for a closed landfill site.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I'll keep going through.
Sorry, no, just one from me, please. Ross, Alice. In terms of the consent, just confirm. I've asked this question again, but I'll ask it again. In terms of the consent, there's a consent till 2037. I think a review next year or 2025, is it? Next
2024, I think it is.
Next year, yep. In terms of, say, option 2, where different site use, not class 1 landfill, different site use. Are we looking at, and you might not be able to answer fully, but are we looking at a variation to the current consent or a new consent?
Having worked on a project on a similar site where a landfill's closing and then the site, there's like a resource recovery part being developed there, the consenting consultants actually went through this thing of, do we have them as one consent or separate them? Do we apply for them at the same time or separate? And they have actually made the decision in that instance to separate them, but it is a case by case basis about whether you keep the consents together or have them separate.
In terms of next year with the review, how would that work? And it's a review of the consent. So could that work in as one sort of tranche of work, or again would that be totally separate?
So this is for the landfill remaining closed.
Yeah, and alternative use. So option 2.
Yeah. So I suspect that if the decision is that the alternative use is clean fill, and clean fill has the advantage of being used for the remediation of the old dump, that might be something that you put through in a consent application quite quickly. But if you were moving to build a resource recovery park there's more work to do around what the scope and scale of that operation is going to be, which would mean that it's more likely that you're going to need to do something separate and make sure that the environmental aspects are covered off with that facility as well. Yeah. And it may take longer in terms of the other partners that you want to have come on board for the use of that facility. So it's a bit of a slightly longer term option.
Yep, thank you.
Cool. I'll just keep going through and then we can come back. Is that okay, Dan?
Great, thank you.
So from our perspective and what it has in the supplementary analysis, our view would be that option 2 is preferred, and that if that's the case, then your at most LTP impacts of 500,000 a year, and that the alternative uses have the opportunity to generate revenue or reduce costs and have less environmental impact and community impacts than landfill operation. Those are the ones that should be explored. So if you're looking at an alternative use that's actually no better than operating a landfill, then it's not something that should be considered at that site. Looking ahead, this is the questions that are proposed to be put to the community to get the community's feedback to support your decision making. So just sort of asking around which of the options they prefer in terms of ongoing closure with alternative use or reopening, which of the alternative uses they support, and if there's other site uses that council should consider, either revenue generating or not, and also just to seek feedback from the community around their views on the objectives that you as council I think have thought about in terms of what's important for when considering the use of that site. So the last slide is just next steps, which is to undertake the 2021 LTP amendment consultation. And once that's done, you start moving into the procurement required to enable the preferred option to be implemented. If alternative use is being selected, if option 2 is selected, then there's a need to start with an expression of interest to see what interest there is out there in the use of the site for alternative use. There's the need to get on with the old dump remediation works, and also starting to look to the 2024 LTP and the pre-work that goes with that in order to set your future direction for waste services through the WMP, and then the procurement that supports that, and that being recognised within the 2024 long-term plan. So that's all the slides. We can scroll back through if there's ones that there's specific questions around. But yeah, happy to take questions at this point.
I wonder whether we talk a little bit more about the 500k and just make sure that we might get Jacinta to join the table, that elected members understand what that means and the implications of that, because while there are so many non-financial factors for you to consider, understanding the financial impact, where essentially what we've got is we've got a $500,000 difference. And I might just get Jacinta and Daniel to talk about how that's already factored into the long-term plan budgets.
Do you mind if I just quickly make a few comments before they do the financial stuff? I thank you for all the work you have done in preparing this stuff. And while this is about the landfill, some points for me to consider, and I don't see them in any of our presentation or even with what we're sending out to the community to gauge their feedback on. There's a lot of unknown in the effect of what we're deciding here. There's a few things I've noted here. I'm just going to say them out clear. First and foremost, there's an issue of mana for me and an issue of mana for our district. And, there's already word out there that we're the flickers of our waste. It's a negative connotation out there in terms of we don't own what we create. So that's the first one for me, is that the integrity of our district's actually already undermined by us exporting our waste to other areas. Secondly to that, I don't think what we're proposing in this is in line with our waste minimisation strategy from what I've been reading of it. I think we need to review that and make sure that decisions we make are actually working towards that minimisation strategy we're actually trying to champion. The other one is we have no control over our costs and systems now, and we haven't for a very long time. We have no control over customer satisfaction and experience. Those customers are our people, and I don't see anything that canvasses our people about that in what we're about to send out in terms of gauging where our people are at. What we don't talk about is Jacinta's about to head into the financial impacts, but for me those financial impacts are really quite isolated in vision, because I see way more impacts than what we're sitting here discussing. Just quickly I'll put down the impacts on our environment, the roading infrastructure negative impacts, the footprint that we're creating. I think about carbon footprint. I think about all those things that we exude that we're about, and are we even consistent and in line with the things that this council says it stands for? We need long-term solutions. I know we're talking about a landfill, but again, we're not addressing solutions that are future focused. For me, dollars aren't a defining factor. Getting it right is. I think the district for a long time haven't managed to get it right, in the country for that matter. But if we don't have these open conversations and we make these statements, then it sort of feels like it gets lost in the transition, and it gets lost in the paperwork, and we never bring it back to who the affected people are, which are those people that live out there and are relying on us to put good systems in place, put good things in place that support their life, make their life a bit easier, because that's what we get paid to do. I do wonder, does the current arrangements impede HDC exploring further? I don't know the intricacies of arrangements that we have currently with our waste management people, but are there things in place there that are actually impeding us being able to explore other opportunities, other avenues? Is the Resource Management Act a barrier to this council future-proofing what waste looks like in our district? If our waste minimisation plan is as such and is robust, then we should be working towards limiting the amount of waste we create, which means we're not having to maintain such a huge infrastructural piece. So it's about being a bit more visionary. It's about, for me, having the commitment to make a stance, because I think that this council has been dabbling around this issue for 20, 30 years, because no one really had the guts to make a decision and support what was really needed here. And this is not a blight on anyone, it's just that's what it was of the time. But now we're here. And so, this is just Justin coming to the table saying, man, I've sat here, I've watched it, I've heard it all. But it's really hard sitting here realising that the options up there, to me, still don't feel like we've reached where we need to be. I don't feel like the engagement we're about to go out and do with our community is the type of engagement we need to guide this council I think there needs to be much more ability and flexibility for this council. And I know we're bound by stuff. Don't get me wrong, Monique. I'm absolutely clear that we're bound by stuff. But I heard in the submission today, if you don't have the support of your people, you don't have anything. And if this council want to truly move forward, then they might have to take that giant leap to get that support that we require to make the robust change that this district needs. So there you go. There's my 3 minutes of the kōrero. But I just noted those points down because I feel like every one of them were missed in that presentation, and I don't feel like our public would ever be able to feed into that stuff because we're not asking them the right questions. So that's all I wanted to put here today. I think this is an extreme matter. It's not going away. Waste is never not going to be here. I want real forward-thinking commitment. We might not get it right in the next 20 years, but if we planted seeds that help us get it right in 40 years, then we've done a good job. If we get into debt, we're in debt anyway. So kia ora, that's my points.
So, Councillor Jennings, I think that, sorry, Councillor Tamihana, the way, how you describe what good would look like, I just want to remind councillors that there are a number of councillors around this table advocating for that big picture, for that big piece of work, for the, I often described it as the bigger than Ben-Hur, like let's not just make a decision about the landfill, but let's review the WMMP, let's redesign our services, let's transform the way we talk about waste and interact with waste in our community. And a decision came to this council, albeit the former council, to seek guidance around, does this become a 2024 long-term plan decision, or does this become a long-term plan amendment, and the trade-offs that we would have to make if it was going to be a long-term plan amendment, and then the additional challenges we have faced because, at the heart of this is a landfill agreement that this council signed that has said we will do some stuff, and so, I'm not trying to argue with you, Councillor Tamihana. I just want to acknowledge that, yeah, I get it in a perfect world, but we're not operating in a perfect world. We've got a whole lot of time frames up against us, whether that be our Midwest contract, whether it be our landfill agreement, whether it be the consent review, which means that the landfill decision, unless council changed its mind, but the direction of travel to date has been that the landfill decision is a decision that is going to have to be made before the bigger than Ben-Hur, the hopes and dreams and aspirations around waste in our district, the redesign of services, the changing the way our customer, thinks about waste and therefore interacts with, products across our district. But what would be helpful is, assuming that direction is still the direction of council, that we accept that we're in the position we are and we're trying to make the best of that situation. What does the draft business case, which the scope of that business case was to speak to the future of landfill conversation, what's not in that draft business case, or what additional information do you need as elected members in order to, come the 15th of March, make a decision on what your preferred option is? Because we've got to consult with the community on options, but we require council to say, this is our preferred option, whether it be whatever one of those three. And I think that's part of what's important about today's conversation is, well, for you to get there as elected members, what else do you need in that report?
That's a good point, and I suppose the reason I say it is, okay, landfill for me is done, but there's certainly a lot to explore around potential other use. But that potential other use could also be supporting what, in my mind, is a completely different site. Yeah, I don't think I need to go any more detail.
This morning in a community conversation with NLG, PMG, and representatives from Pukio, and I hope you don't mind me stealing your words, David. But David used language around like keeping the door open to other options. So I think part of what I've heard from you, Councillor Tamihana, is about how do we actually get our community to understand this and then also see how this fits into a bigger picture. And I thought the language David used around, a decision being made on the landfill, and, I don't want to predetermine a decision of council because it's for you to make, but let's say you decided option 2 is your preferred option, that you're going out to the community and saying, our preferred option is we want to close the landfill, but we want to keep the door open so that we can have those bigger conversations and we can rethink what waste looks like and means or is in our community, which is where those potential other conversations around other ways that we might manage waste in our district.
Jonathan, you got a question?
I think Sam was first.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah.
Sam?
Thanks. Question for Alice. On page 18 of the business case, which is page 27 of the workshop materials, is reference to the rates funded curbside collection and how it would increase the total council controlled waste to 8,000 tonnes. Does that include the sludge component? Can you just remind me?
So when we were looking at future, we looked at sludge coming out, but the waste volume's going up from curbside. Yeah.
I just wonder, and so Monique just asked the question before, what do we need in the business case to make sure we're happy, or whatever the phrase she used was. I wonder if there's a table that's needed in around about that part of the business case that sort of breaks down the categories of council controlled waste, so that you can really see that the now and the future state, so that we get a sense of how far away we are from that commercially viable number that you introduced of, I think it was 12,500 tonnes.
I think we had one in there, and maybe we took it out again.
Sorry. Okay.
But no, I think it's come out. So I'm like looking, going, I'm sure that's in here. But no, we must have decided it was not. It wasn't core to the conversation. So there is one that exists. We can add that in. Yeah.
And that's only my view. Others may disagree. But and then the final comment I just wanted to come to, which was the slide where you've got the questions for consultation.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to test some of the language there that we've got under and now I've lost it. So I think it's consultation questions. And then you've got which of these alternative uses do you support? And it's got the 4 bullets. First point is, I'd really like to see that 4th bullet uncoupled so that there's regional processing facility for organic materials, and then like brackets such as food and green waste, and then have C and D material as a separate thing. Because I don't want people to, think I'd like one but not the other.
Yeah.
And then the other comment around that was, can you just talk me through why we've used the word local resource recovery park in bullet 3 and not local and or regional resource recovery park, and then the same in the 4th bullet with the organic and C and D material? Is a local processing facility for organic or C and D material just not viable? Has that been essentially cut off the long list?
Local processing facility, you could do it, but one of the advantages of having it used more broadly is the greater tonnes to create the economies of scale. So we could have had it in the long list, but we kind of were, how wide do you go?
Sure.
Yeah, and local resource recovery park was thinking about a site where locals could come in and they would have the ability to drop off reusable materials, recyclable materials, C&D materials, and then as a last resort, if there's anything left, to dispose of their waste. So it's almost like a an enhanced transfer station for the local community.
Yeah. So I just want to want to sort of tease out because the context of my question, particularly around the local processing facility for organic waste, is because we've talked before about how that is the most likely to see potentially some government direction around mandatory or mandating a council role in that space. And so for me, that either means you need a site to deal with that, or you need to outsource that. There's also opportunities, but also potential requirements around curbside collection of that material. And so for me, asking about whether there's even support for a local processing facility for that material is really important and relevant to the decision around, well, if there is a community expectation around that, it's either this current site or it's another site, and so another site also brings the cost of land purchase, capital outlay, all that kind of stuff, operational costs. And so personally, and I'm happy to hear the views of others, but I kind of like to make sure that we're not closing that possibility of something slightly smaller than a regional processing facility. I don't know if that's possible, but yeah.
There's a little bit of, do you ask the question, in general, what alternative site uses do you support, or do you ring fence it down to something specific? That's also a decision you can make.
So it could even be remove those words local and regional, and maybe there's a a clarification statement, which is these could either be at a local or a regional scale, or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that open to that? That's all for me. Thanks.
Jonathan.
Thanks. Just to follow up on that, I think leave that alternative uses open and see what feedback we get from the public. But my comments in general is thanks for the report. Thanks for the presentation. I mean, I've struggled with all the previous reports, and I think this is very clear and provides some certainty going forward. I think for the other people in the room, I think we need to show some leadership and move on with this saga and take some action and show the community that we're putting some decisions in front of them and making them a part of the process. But we do need to move on with some developments in this area. I understand. I agree totally with the CEO. I understand there are many other discussions that we need to have around waste, but we cannot keep dragging our feet on this landfill issue. Thanks.
Ross. Yeah, just to provide a next question before about what else we might want to see in the consultation document. I think for me it's important that we tell the community clearly where their waste is going now. Okay. I don't want the community. And listen, I understand the HOCAR position. Totally understand. Always have. That they've had enough. They've had enough of everything that surrounds the landfill, and the fact that it's affected their community for a long, long time. But the waste isn't going to a Golden Panacea or anywhere else. It's going to a similar setup, just in another district. Yes, bigger, all that stuff. We know all that stuff. But you've heard my comments before, and I won't relitigate them. Take Councillor Tamahana's comments around the manner of exporting our issue somewhere else. And that's something I think a number of us have struggled for. So clearly want the public to understand that without preempting any decisions, that what's landfill out there is closed. There's not a whole new horizon out there. It's simply going to another landfill. Because otherwise people may make a decision or give us some support without full facts about what's happening.
Is that something you'd like us to, obviously by asking the community for their feedback on particular options, the out of district option kind of makes it obvious that we're asking them for feedback about the idea we're sending it somewhere else. But would elected members like us to maybe dig a little bit deeper on that about, how do people feel about that idea that Horowhenua, at least for the short term, are going to be sending their waste somewhere else. Just the point I want to labour is that you didn't ask the community their views on that when we first decided to send the waste to Bonnie Glen. So, like, there's just a careful, delicate balance there where we've never asked them until now.
Because we're at the stage, sorry, Bruce, at the stage where we're at, where it is time to hit the road. They need to have everything, warts and all, and I don't want anything, polished up to think that our new waste is going to a new horizon, because it simply isn't.
Yeah, firmly agreed and on board with that. That we can't just say the waste is going out of district and have it be black or white. Where does the waste go? People need to know where it's going, and they need to know for how long. Is this our forever solution that we're going to ship the waste away? That's kind of the question I'd want to answer first, or at least get the perspective of the public from. That's the bigger question than these, and I understand we need to answer these questions so that we can proceed with finishing things down at Hokio. But people are going to answer these questions and still have the question in their mind of what is out of district, for how long are we going out of district, what's the future plan? Are we signing ourselves up by choosing option 2, that waste is going to be shipped out of district forever, and are we signing up to a contract when doing that prevents us from doing anything else?
Jonathan, you had another question?
Just to comment on some of the previous speakers. I think some of those concepts of further consultation, while probably good, will hamper this process and slow it down. There is no doubt that the only option is for us to go outside of the district, and I'm quite happy to be honest about that. Or we should be honest about that with the community. It's not a forever solution. It's a solution, but it doesn't mean it has to be forever. I don't think we're locking ourselves in for forever. But I don't think we can provide too much consultation opportunities to look for other options or other solutions. We need to move on from the Hokio landfill and not provide commentary that there is still an option for the Hokio landfill to continue.
Before we continue this discussion, I just want to remind councillors that we are only talking about a consultation document that is seeking preferred options. We have to be extremely careful that we don't signal any predetermination of what we're thinking, doing, asking, or resolving. So just be conscious of that when you're making comments, please.
Could I maybe respond to Rogan's idea, but also his questions around the bigger question about the how long for? And so in my mind, I'm wondering whether language because the current answer to that is, well, we don't know. So language, how we might frame that in the consultation document, albeit the team will come up with something that makes more sense than maybe how I describe it, but it might talk about, council has no immediate plans for where else it could send its waste other than to Bonnie Glen. Council has a contract with Midwest, which provides for lower gate rates for the next 4 years, that we think better meets the objective around don't beat up my words, but affordability for ratepayers. We can be in that contract for 20 years, but right now, other than that contract, we have no other options.
I like that. As opposed to council having no immediate plan, could we set a date that council might make an immediate plan? Given that might be something we talk about in LDP proper, could we say the future plans of waste will be determined
as part of our waste management and minimisation plan? Yeah, okay.
Is that saying that when you say we don't yet have future plans for waste, it's about saying that when you get to the long term plan, you're looking at all of the services and structures that you can put in place to minimise the amount of waste that is sent to landfill, and that when the waste and whatever that minimum amount that's left goes to an out of district landfill, you're not that your decision on the future of waste is about minimising it as opposed to which landfill it goes to.
Yeah, I think saying an out of district landfill or an in district, I think if we say doesn't go to the Hokio landfill, goes somewhere other,
Go to Hokio.
I think that's the specificity we need, as opposed to saying that it's an out of district landfill or that it's a landfill in Martin.
Mm.
Sam?
Yeah, I just wanted to test that because I'm hoping we're not conflating the decision around landfill close, use, that thing, and a Bonnie Glen solution, because for me there's a separate decision about what the out of district solution ultimately is, because there's some of us who don't want to do business with Midwest, who don't believe that Bonnie Glen is the right solution. So I totally agree with Ross that there needs to be a question, a really high-level open question about, along the lines of, do you support waste being taken out of district? Like that's the simple question, because there'll be many in this community who do have a view that waste that we create should be managed and dealt with within the district, and therefore that then influences where they see how that waste is being dealt with.
Yeah, and what I'm wondering, and I'm sure Jen is taking notes, is I think it's important that we give community options, because we can say to the community, do you want the landfill closed? And they all say yes. And then we can say, do you support waste being taken out of the district? And they say no. And so actually what I'm wondering is, in our consultation document and submission form, there might be a little bit of a continuum, and we might be asking people for, it's actually feedback on the trade-off, because what is more important to our community? Closure of the landfill or sending our waste out of district?
Totally. I think that
keeping it in district.
Yeah.
I think we can't tie those two questions together, and they need to be distinctly separate on how do you feel about this particular landfill and how do you feel about waste in and out of it.
Because it will be helpful for future engagement.
Yeah. Putting one before the other determines,
And I think the only thing for me is, what does that mean in the middle? Sorry, Benny, that you say, I don't support out of district, I don't support Hokio, then what is the option that's being put to the community for disposal of anything that's residual after you've diverted everything you can?
Well, the option is stop producing waste, and that's the waste minimisation, and that's something we need to be quite careful to manage off the back of the waste minimisation review and long-term plan proper to really size what extent of what our targets are around waste reduction, and really genuinely look at the prospect of in district, the likelihood of that, if there was an appetite for council to investigate, given the numbers that you've seen here today on the commercial tonnes that are required for the current site, to look at an alternative site within district, would likely carry significantly higher costs. So that's probably a decision off the back of waste minimisation plan for long-term plan proper. But it's really important that we do differentiate that. So we'll go away and do some thinking around how we tailor that in the long-term plan amendment.
Who's first, Jonathan or Sam?
I think it was me. I agree with Alice. It's very difficult to have those two questions in the same document. And separate the fact that separate whether we're closing the Levin landfill or not. I mean, you're basically saying to the community, okay, if they don't want their waste going out, then we're going to have to investigate a whole new site that's economically probably not feasible from all the modelling that's gone on. From a consent point of view, an environmental point of view in our district, it's probably not feasible either. So are we sort of putting out an option or information that's probably not going to be achievable in the long term anyway, or short term?
Sam?
No, I put my hand down. Thanks, Benny.
Finally asleep. Long basically. So, consultation questions, but consultation document, there's usually a bit of a blurb about the topic, and then it goes boom, boom, boom. So I'd like to see in that blurb, the background, some really specific facts. Things like, because if you look at that language around the options, it says ongoing closure, which effectively means it is closed, and it will continue to close potentially. So with that, some of those facts I'm looking for is we ceased receiving Kapiti's waste to the landfill at X date, and we ceased sending our own waste to the Levin landfill at X date. So, because it's been quite a while now, we've been, whilst this is an inherited issue, we've been criticised for flip-flopping, but actually it's because of, well, some of that legislative stuff, we've got to get it right, but the lack of in some of the areas that other members have raised already. So I just want some clear facts, because I don't, otherwise through the submissions you hear, yous did this, yous did that, but actually it's way off. And I don't want that, or ideally we wouldn't have to waste time in regurgitating that if those things are there up front, and then we can just stick to the questions and get answers for those things, hopefully, and get a good steer. So I don't know if you're also looking for a support for a preferred option, because that's all it is. There is no predetermination in putting out a preferred option, and at this point I'm supporting the officer's recommendation or the consultant's recommendation for the preferred option in the consultation document.
So, where we're kind of heading is what we wanted to today was get feedback on DBC so that we could go away, do any final changes to then release the draft business case publicly. We've got another workshop next Wednesday where, like, what you see in front of you might be in, well, it will be in a loose draft consultation document. And so, look, any signal we get today of preference is great, but next Wednesday was when we were going to lock the doors and make sure you didn't leave until you kind of gave us a bit of an idea. But just in terms of process, that's not a decision. This is you just giving us a steer, a signal, because we then have audit arrive next Friday, but it's at the 15th of March council meeting where we will be asking you to adopt the draft long-term plan and the draft consultation document, and that's the time where you would formally debate what of course is not a final decision, as you just said. It's a preference to go out for consultation on.
Can I just very quickly, I just want to clarify comments I've made before about the public understanding where our waste goes currently and where it will go should the landfill close. All I'm asking is that we, in the consultation document, we clearly articulate where our waste currently goes, and should the landfill remain closed, it will continue to go to another landfill in another district. Then you can ask those two questions of, do you support closure of landfill? Do you support our waste being exported to another district. But as long as it's clearly articulated in the consultation document, that's what's currently happening. Because some people are of the view, because it was closed Hokio, waste is going to this wonderful other place. It's not.
I think most of them don't care where it goes, Ross, to be honest. Anyway, any further discussions?
Mr. Mayor, Sam here.
Yes, sir.
Can we resolve this issue then of what Ross just discussed? Because otherwise, that issue is just going to get left hanging. Because I thought Monique's suggestion of having those trade-off like questions is a really good idea. Because what's more important, this or this? What's more important, this or this? Whether you use the objectives, I don't know, or whether it's a ranking system of the objectives. But I think we need, in this session today, we need to actually give some firm direction to officers so that we don't just revisit this again in a week and we're talking about the same stuff. So, even if it means going around the room now saying, do people support the team going away and working something up for us to look at and consider? Or, nah, it's totally unpalatable. Because otherwise we just waste so much time going round and round and round.
Maybe before you did that, I do wonder whether there's a compromise, because what I heard was some people would like to see the trade-off, but some people were concerned that could confuse it and you need to decouple it. I think that how Ross just explained give the facts and there's a couple of questions, you could then have like an infographic that people digitally, those that are engaging digitally, could slide, and then those who are engaging manually could, they can put where on the continuum they So I do think we could probably achieve both, Councillor Jennings, if that's what councillors thought was going to be helpful for them to make a decision.
Well, I'm happy to indicate that I support that. And so it would be useful if other people don't think it's a good idea for them to express that.
Yeah, I was just going to say I support that too. I just think we need to be pretty open, and it's our one opportunity to achieve that.
Any arguments against that being happening? All good? Okay. Jonathan.
Just before you close off the discussion, I support what Monique does, and I'd love to see some sort of compromise. I'll be very clear and blunt that I don't support having a question about whether they support the waste going outside the district, and I don't support the trade-off questions either, because I think that sets us up for unrealistic expectations in the future.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Alice.
Do you want to talk about the $500,000 or not?
Oh, Chief Executive was just asking me, is there any discussion around the $500,000, or is that part of,
Well, I suppose I was anticipating a question that said we're landing kind of at a draft 7.8, 7.9 rates increase. If we went to option 2 or if we went to option 1 or option 3, like what does that potentially do to the draft long-term plan rates? Would you like, just at a high level?
Jacinda got that answer.
So just to quickly summarise, so option 2, the closure option, because of the conversation that happened last year and the fact that this current year we're operating in a closed taking landfill to Bonnie Glen situation, then in terms of the long-term plan budget long-term plan amendment budget that's been set on that basis. Knowing that we were leading up to this point, and if there was change, we would amend that. But from this purpose, in terms of that's the budget that's included in what you've seen to date. So there isn't any change in terms of a decision. Any change, so roughly 400, close to 500,000 would trigger a 1% rates increase. So just to signal that that's about the point of change. if a different option other than option 2 was selected. Just to quickly highlight as well, in terms of the borrowings, when we look at the long-term plan, because so much of the council's solid waste activity has been funded through debt in the past, and that provision and some of the capital work that's been needed, if we hadn't built into the long-term plan amendment assumption, is that the debt could peak up at 15 million just for solid waste alone when you get into the out years. So in terms of assumptions that have been built in, it is that there would be some form of a rates funded loan repayment, so that when you get to the end of the 20-year period, the debt is around 3 million or so that it is a borrowings level that starts to drop down and doesn't just continue to rise. So just to highlight that from a.
Am I right and correct in my understanding was that the actual the installation and establishment of the landfill debt is around the 4 million mark, and we have added quite a bit of debt in servicing the solid waste activity over the last 3 to 5 years?
The total number, and when we do our long-term plan presentation, I'll highlight it for you because I don't want to give you the wrong number. I've got it. It's just not front and center in my mind.
Yeah.
8 is at 8. But we did, over the last few years, make decisions to debt fund our operations,
Yep.
and that was particularly around the increase in the recycling costs.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so you've any further questions around, and you've got the the information to be able to next week come and give your preference after you've read the material that you'll receive before the weekend or early next week around the additions to what we've talked about today and a draftish consultation document. Is that right?
Yeah, so Kara's going to talk a little bit later about what you can anticipate as pre-reading for next Wednesday. You've got a draft copy of the business case already. I think off the back of today, there's going to be some small changes. None of them are significant enough that they're going to change the modelling. So what we will be working on is how we frame this up to have a conversation with the community. But really what we probably need from you is, other than today's workshop, over the next couple of days as you're maybe reflecting and digesting this, if there is additional information you need, we're kind of other than when we get into deliberation stage, when we're providing you further analysis and advice, we are at kind of the last stage of you being in a position to ask for additional information for us to present to you in order for you to make an informed decision.
Yeah, I have just one then I'll throw in now. I was really just talking to my fellow councillors. Worst case scenario, Levin Landfill is completely closed and will never be reopened, and Bonnie Glen can't accept our waste. What's our strategy from that point?
Well, we have a contract with Midwest that says that at the moment either party could pull out within a month. But if a decision is made and we choose to lock ourselves into the contract, then we couldn't pull out within a month, and neither could they. So there'd be they would have some contractual obligations back to us. But we'd probably call that an emergency, and we would be working with central government for support and assistance, because our options are really limited. And we know that because of conversations that Alice and the team are having about Wellington, and we also know that because of how our colleagues across the Manawatu-Wanganui region, in terms of their analysis around other options, are feeling.
Through you, Benny. My only response to that, Monique, is are we not already at that critical point to engage government already and be seeking support around what this district needs? I mean, it's a simple question. If Bonnie Glen said next week they can't take our waste, that's a really simple question. Where does our waste go?
if that happened, I mean, it probably would be an emergency situation. It's like, there's that landfill receives a lot of waste from a lot of districts in the central to lower North Island, and it's a lifeline that it's available. You would all be looking to sort of use some kind of alternative landfill. It would be something like a fire at the landfill, in which case, that they have measures in place to get the site back up and running, and use of other facilities very short term.
I think your message, though, Councillor Tamihana, is the reliance we have, like the lack of options we've got, or the reliance we have on Bonnie Glen, and that's the position that many other councils like us are in, and that is part of the strategy of Midwest.
And I don't want to take any more time. I think you guys have done a great job, but I just needed to keep resonating that point because that's a risk to this community, and we haven't, I feel like, addressed it enough to give me a comfort level. So that's all.
It'd be a risk to many, many communities with a number of the councils that are all going to Bonnie Glen. So probably something on a regional and national basis that would need to be considered as well. Yeah. All right. I think we've finished the landfill discussion, have we? Cool. Thanks, Alice.
Yeah,
stay dry.
The sun is shining. I had to shut the curtain.
Is that right?
The sun for a week.
You'll probably get a tornado then, will you?
You can keep your tornadoes.
Look forward to catching up with you next week. Excuse me.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I'll leave you to it.
Cheers. No, let's have a 5-minute break before we get into the long-term plan. Give everyone to readjust.
Do you want me to get you something pudding so you can stay there? Do you want some food or something? Yeah, there's fruit and muesli bar.
There's not a lot left, I don't think.
You want chocolate biscuit?
Yeah. Do you want chocolate biscuit? Okay, let's kick off. Got the last quarter of the day, but probably the most, the biggest challenges.
Yes, thank you. Kia ora koutou, good afternoon, everybody. So we are heading into workshop 7 for our long-term plan amendment. We looked for a succinct title for this, but it really is about drawing together all the last little bits before we bring the draft consultation material to you next week. So today we are going to be looking at capital spending and borrowing to agree the proposed borrowings limit in the assumed capital program per year, to seek your feedback on the proposed increase to the 10-year borrowing limit, including 3 waters. We'll then move into fees and charges, then to development contributions, which some pre-reading was circulated for you last week, to discuss changes following on from the CapEx program. We then move into the rates review and ask for a steer from you on options for inclusion in the draft consultation material. And then to close, we'll talk about the consultation document, how we're laying it out, key themes, and just take any questions as always as they come up throughout. Great. All right. So before we head into capital spending, I just wanted to show how all of the discussions that we have been having link into preparation of the consultation document. So what we have here is the outline, and it starts with the introduction, including the narrative, and that was based on that perfect storm narrative that we discussed at an earlier workshop. We then talk about the big issues that we have to resolve, the waters, Levin Landfill, rates affordability, and that was agreed in December. So issue 1, the waters, you gave us a steer in December. Issue 2, Future of the Levin Landfill, so those discussions just started and will follow up next week as well. Today, rates review, the affordability, as mentioned, seeking your steer today. Issue 4, rates for the 23-24 year, they were identified in December. Fees and charges, needing that steer from you today. And on development contribution growth updates, also asking for a steer today. So we have ticks beside some of them and working towards all of them. And as we do that, I'll pass over to Jacinta. Thanks. So these next group of slides, there's about 8 or so, are intended really to give you the full 20-year view as you talked about last time you were keen to see. And within each of those, we'll start with it's a bit quick. Apologies, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Okay, so firstly, we'll start with capital spending, and just to give you a flavour of how the slides will work, you'll see a graph on one side, and then in the next slide will be the detail. So that's all in millions. For each of the different sets of data that I'll provide, that's kind of how it will work, so that for those of you that are more detailed focused, you'll be able to see the numbers and where they sit. So I'll flick back to the graph now because it's a little bit easier to talk about in terms of discussion. So when we set the long-term plan, we had conversations about different options. We had option 1, option 2, and option 3. Option 1 was the program where we said that was the one that we were going to the NTU with, and was one that significantly breached all of the borrowing limits that we had. We had the other option of going with the previous long-term plan, or what we've proceeded with in terms of a conversation with you to hopefully lead to consultation options is the middle option, which effectively is roughly over a 10-year period, is roughly a $75 million increase from where the last long-term plan was. So when you're looking at that green line, that's where the long-term plan last time sat. And in terms of what's in the program from a possible projects that the council could work on perspective, where we've got in years 2 and 3, we've got just over 70 million in terms of capital that ideally we'd like to complete. But when you look at the green bars, that's the adjusted capex. So what that means is, yes, we would like the option of being able to look at this variety of projects to progress, but from a funding perspective, we know that in all likelihood, this is all we're going to be likely able to complete, and therefore when we set our borrowings levels, that's the level that we've assumed we'll actually be able to complete. One thing I've also done for you, just to give you a little bit more information, is given you capex just for Three Waters. So that's the same picture as before, but just gives you just the Three Waters picture so that you can get that sense of what that looks like. And again, the more detailed information for that. So as you can see, I've also added in there a change column, or a change row, so you can see how that differs from what was planned in the LTP for the Three Waters area. If you add up the first up to 2033, I think you'll get that's where you'll get the 75 million from. And just to let you know, we yesterday sent off the initial PowerPoint in terms of the conversations around options 1, 2, and 3, and what we're leading towards a conversation with you on in terms of potential consultation options to the National Transition Unit, so that they could have the opportunity to give their feedback into the process, because part of it now, as we've had a conversation about, is that for significant decisions, the NTU needs to be able to be informed and have a chance to have an input into that decision-making process. So just to let you know that we have informed them through this process as well, and are seeking feedback before this information goes to audit on the 9th. So in terms of what that adjusted capital, or that capital that we're willing to fund, looks like, this picture is our full borrowings picture. The red line includes is the LGFA borrowing limit. The orange line below is what we're talking about now in terms of a 250% limit. So that is in terms of the full one, including waters in our picture. We're in the process of seeking guidance from the Office of the Auditor General over the next few days about what actually our long-term plan will look like, because in all likelihood from years July 24 onwards, the public may not see this full picture. They'll see the picture excluding waters, but exactly what that will look like, we need to get confirmation on. But for the purposes of being complete at this stage, it's important that you have the full picture, assuming that waters doesn't go ahead. So based on that assumed program, to be able to go ahead with that, we would need to raise our limit in terms of our debt to 250% for the first 10 years. And then we would be able to drop it back down to the level that it was at, the 225%. There's some conversation, so it would be good to get a sense from the table of where they sit on that, because if a conversation was had for you to say, look, I'm not comfortable with that, we want to leave the borrowings limit at 225, that would mean a further reduction in the capital program in the first 5 years of about $26 million. So that may start to hamper Daniel's team and their ability to complete some of those projects, if there are, particularly around significant treatment plants or other work that's needed in that first 3 or 4 years. I'll keep working through the information. Does anyone have any immediate questions that they want to raise at this point?
I suppose the question for me Jacinda, is that if I was confident that the capital expenditure would happen, then I would be more than happy to go to a bigger level. My concern is that when we say, yes, all right, we'll okay all that capital expenditure, and then we still don't actually spend it, what impact does that have?
It has a couple of impacts. If it's a reputational impact, if we're not clear on first, I mean, there's one thing in terms of saying this is what we ideally like to have the option to work on, and this is the level that we think we can complete. Then we set a level of borrowings and rates and interest, and there's not an issue there. In terms of Standard & Poor's, when we're talking to them about our rating, if we're clear about the level of capital and the assumed level, and we're clear about the fact that we're setting our borrowings at a particular level, then typically we won't have an issue from that perspective. We start to have an issue where we say we'll do something and then it doesn't happen. Delivery of budget and management of budget is definitely one of the key criteria for us in terms of their assessment of us. And they'll be here in June to look at us from a ratings perspective again. So there is a risk there, definitely, in terms of if we're going to raise our limit for this purpose and then we don't do it.
But I think it's important to remind council that, like, there is a piece of legislation that says that we won't be running 3 waters from 1 July 2024. So while an option to council is that we amend our revenue and financing policy so that we can increase the limit so that we can have this investment pipeline in our long-term plan. I think it was last week's workshop or an earlier workshop, someone suggested, well, could our revenue and financing policy say that for the period in which when we have 3 waters, it should be 225, but if we don't have 3 waters, it should be whatever, 220, 200.
250 versus 225.
That one. Yeah, I suppose I'm just like, don't get yourself tied up in knots around.
Well, that was my follow-up question in terms.
I think it is very short term.
It's going to change in 12 months anyway, so yeah. So we might as well, we've got to keep. Well, in my view, we've got to keep foot on the pedal and do as much as we can now, because one, it's never going to be cheaper. 2, we're getting to a stage where there are some critical infrastructure things that need to be done, and last week's visits highlighted a number of those, didn't they? So yeah, look, my view is, yeah, look, let's keep at it. Let's not pull back on what we should be doing.
And we can be very careful in terms of the language put in the financial strategy around it is 225, but while waters is still included with us, we'll raise it in the short term. That's
Sam, you got your hand up?
Yeah, it's just a question, Jacinta. I guess the thing that, like, I kind of think that that's a reasonable approach. The thing that I'm hesitant about is, and appreciate your advice around, is just risk in terms of our short-term headroom. So if we go foot on the gas and we go to 250, and if there's any sort of issue with 3 waters or change of direction, or even across the next 18 months, and there's an event that occurs that puts pressure on our need to accelerate other projects, what's actually our short-term headroom looks like it's about 25-30 million from that previous graph. Is that about right?
Sorry, I'm just flicking to. There's a little bit of a battery problem, I think, with my so our 250% limit in 2024 is 166 million. And so we would have effectively a $13 million headroom in that first year. But
it's not much, is it?
Pardon me?
That doesn't seem like much to me, but I appreciate your advice on whether
it's not a lot. That is our self-imposed limit as well. So from a from an LGFA limit perspective, if there was something extraordinary to occur for us, then we are able to borrow up to 290%. So we are well within what is an LGFA borrowing limit. But I guess in terms of that visit as well, we would look at reprioritizing other work as well. And I think looking at the key work that needs to be done for the community is in that water, wastewater space.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so this one was one I've expanded out as well and shown how it's changed from the LTP. So that's our borrowings picture, excluding three waters, just to clarify that with our 225 limit, excluding waters, we have plenty of capacity once the three waters leave our balance sheet. So I've stepped quite quickly, but I know we've been over that information a number of times. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of how to work through the detail as you saw it. Now we'll step into the rates area. So the rates increase after going through all of the changes with the model. It's dropped slightly to 7.8, so one of the decimal places might have been slightly in our favor. But you can see in terms of the issues we're facing around all of the cost increases that we have, that for the next 7 years, our rates increases are sizable. We would, of course, this is a long-term plan amendment. When we work through our next long-term plan, we'd be working on these out years in a lot more detail. And but as part of setting the financial strategy, what this council needs to make sure they consider, and something that will come through as a decision point for you, is a level of rates. What we talk about is a rates limit. So we've kind of worked through it as we've worked through this current year and saying, look, it has to be below 10%. There's no way that. So what I've framed up for a conversation with you today is that it has to be somewhere. 10% seemed like a reasonable number to start on a conversation with you. So for the first part of the long-term plan, this is where, so year 1 and year 2 of the last long-term plan, that's where the rates limit sat. Reasonably, probably for the next little while, a limit that might be reasonable for this council to consider is around 10. Knowing that there's going to have to be more work on it to go out to there's in the awareness that it's highly unlikely you're going to go out with this actual rates increase once you step into the next LTP, then it starts to drop down. But quite often we see that rates do drop down, but that's because often there are a lot of cost increases and other items that aren't yet built into the plan as well as they should be.
Jacinta, does that graph include three waters or exclude it?
It currently includes three waters. So that's a good point. For next week, I can bring back one that shows both ways. Yeah.
Financial year by missing out 23.
So 2021, 22, 23, 23, 24. Right. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, so sorry.
I've gone to 22 to 24.
For ease, I've just left it at the end point of that year, yeah. Okay, so is there a level of, just to get a sense, does that seem reasonable with everybody at this stage to move forward with in terms of consultation?
Yeah, we love below double digits.
What do you say? We love
Below double digits. Below double digits. Yeah.
Just I think it'd be quite interesting to actually see all this stuff without three waters, just because I think that would make it probably a total different sort of interpretation. Have a different interpretation.
Absolutely, that's fine.
And it might help the community understand the difference that three waters might make, and some of them might actually think, oh, well, maybe three waters is not the big ogre that they're all presenting. Well, no, they're still going to be paying, but yeah, I agree, but they won't be able to blame us quite as much as they have been.
Okay, so that says to me we've actually been through this information quite a bit, which is good. There don't seem to be too many questions, so you've now got a full summary of the 20-year financials with all the detail, with the exception of the rates excluding water. So I'll make sure that you get that. Now I'm going to do my best to work through this next bit. Vi, who did a fantastic job with you in the last workshop, is away on annual leave this week, so she did as much as she could to work through all of the information with me before she left. We might not have it all today, but if we don't, we'll make sure you've got it for the next workshop. So in terms of the dog and animal control, we talked about the fact that it was reasonable to split out this area so that there was some differentiation between dog control and animal control. You had the conversation that, particularly in relation to dog control, there was a huge benefit for the owner of the dog. And in the conversations that we had, there was a strong consensus around the table around either 70 to 80 or 80 to 90 in terms of a level that fees should be charged at for the dog control area. And in the animal control area, had the conversation that it's actually something that it's reasonable, rates pay for it because the whole community benefits from that area. When you look at that, however, in terms of our current revenue that's built into the fees and charges, so we've built in 5% in terms of a fee increase for this LTP LTP amendment at the moment. When I looked at what that is in terms of we're just sitting in the 70% area in terms of, so keeping fees with a 5% increase lets us achieve around a 70% split. If you wanted to get up to the 80% in terms of a target, it would mean a further 13% increase in fees and charges. So just to give you, I'll just quickly pull it up. So if I was to pick an entire pet, so currently they are paying $136. With the 5% increase, that was planned to go to $142.80. Moving to an 80% funding target, that would move it up to $161. So it's a pretty sort of a $24 increase in terms of if it's full dog and that's residential. So just to give you an idea of what that might look like. So I wanted to just get a sense based on that. What's the will of the table in terms of a target level? So 70% gets us to roughly where we're at now in terms of a budget, and that would be a 5% increase. If you were to move to 80%, 80 to 100, that would get us just on the squeak of 80, but would have our fees increasing probably by a total of about 18% this year, including the 5 that's already built in.
Because I was one of the 2080, I'll be flexible. Anyway, what I mean by that is, you know how you do differentials for rates and you over time incrementally increase, and so it's not so slamming. Is there room to do that? But you want to call it a differential, just stagger the increase over the so many years, first couple or something like that, as an indication, I guess. I mean, they can always come back in the submission process and be like, Matt, you're not doing that. So I was quite firm on the 80 before, but I could do the 70-80 over time. But then I'm thinking, if we could stick to 70, should there be a massive increase in the number of dogs, like that growth component, more people, more dogs, and more contributing to the overall bill? I don't know. I'm not the mathematician here.
And I guess where's the sweet spot in this? Because the higher the costs are, the more likely you've got people not complying, paying their dog fees, particularly to look at the entire pet, which increases the workloads, which increases probably the funding needed to employ more dog control officers, etc. So I guess where's the sweet spot, And so just remind me, just is there any component in the general rate of this?
So currently it's 70%. 70% is covered by fees, 30% is covered by rates.
I understand that comes from fines.
Asking is just, does the fees people pay for dog control supplement or subsidise the animal control function?
No. And that's why we've been really deliberate in splitting the activity out.
Do we have an idea of the number of owners that would have multiple dogs versus single dogs?
Yeah, we would. We don't. But yes, we do. The system, yes.
One of the things that Greg highlighted last week, though, wasn't it, was the number of people that might have 5 dogs but only registered 2 or 3 of them, or the number of unregistered dogs that he estimates. We've got about 6,000 registered dogs. He estimates that there's probably 1,000 dogs that aren't registered. Now, I don't think it's going to make a heck of a lot of difference with a $5 increase or a $7 increase to the number of people that actually do that. But I still think going from 70 to 80% in one fell swoop, obviously, is not particularly palatable. But like Perry says, it's possibly could be staggered over, 3 to 5 years or something like that.
We do have, typically our policy has ranges, so it could be absolutely 70 to 80, with the understanding that when you set your fees and charges, you'd want to incrementally move towards 80. Yeah.
One of the beauties of a revenue and financing policy is the idea that it's supposed to be really principled in nature, that you say that, this is the policy setting, and then actually it was one of Doug Laws's constant phrases that around, like, don't worry about the fees and charges, council, you need to worry about the revenue and financing policy, because the fees and charges are just the product of your revenue and financing policy. If I could just maybe encourage council to think really carefully about the guidance you give us here, because by saying, we'd like to sit in that 70 to 80% range, or we're worried about the impact of that 70 to 80% range, so let's stick to the 60% or whatever. Just remember that you don't have the luxury of having that conversation around rates. So our ratepayer is going to have a 7.9% on average rates increase. This is our ratepayer paying for their share of a particular activity, which last week, when we took you through that exercise, you were all pretty you all pretty much agreed that the cost should sit with the dog owner. So just think carefully about what's your policy position here, council, and how much do you want to stick with it?
Yeah, the fees should cover the costs. I'm happy with 80%. At 80%, our costs are still cheaper than Palmerston North City Council, Kapiti, Wellington, and the Hutt.
Look, I totally support the 80% for the reasons that I gave at the last workshop on the matter. And Monique, thank you. You've captured very much my thinking too about we have to have a principled discussion around where the cost should lie. and I agree with Councillor Rogan on that one. 80%, keep it clear. Whether we phase it in or not, that may add confusion to the issue, to be honest. I'd rather that we went out honestly, here are the reasons we wanted to sit at 80%, bearing in mind that it will be a consultation process. We'll hear back from where people sit on that. I can't, in all honesty, see a huge explosion of unregistered dogs as a result. It will happen, it continues to happen, but I doubt very much that movement in terms of where the costs lie will result in adverse consequences in terms of lack of registrations.
Yeah, especially as once dogs are already registered in our system, people are kind of incentivized to keep registering them. People aren't going to drop off, it's just going to be new dogs that don't.
One thing to as well, just to be, so typically our fees and charges have not run through with a consultation process other than the regulatory ones, but you'll see in the documentation you'll have the full supporting documents that support the LTP coming to you in the next week or so. As part of that will be the full fees and charges schedule, so that will be included as part of, it will be referenced in the consultation document. Key changes will be mentioned, and then the community will have the option to go online and look at all of our current and proposed fees and charges across the board and have an opportunity to comment on those through the consultation process.
My only comment too, I support that corridor as well. I suppose the only point that's in my mind is, if we're going to talk about user pays and we're asking dog owners to be responsible for 80% of the cost for them to own dogs in this district, I just hope our policies reflect that across our organisation. Kia ora.
And you mean that in terms of those that use services or, cause costs, And that's something we currently are compliant in the different areas we've talked about. We need to do some more work, as we saw in the visit, around waste and making sure that we have clear measurement from the trade waste side of things. But through the next long-term plan, regardless of compliance, you'll have the opportunity to pick other areas as well and go through this exercise in more detail. We can do all of them if you want. Just taking on Deputy Mayor's point about might add confusion here, and I don't want to do that, so I'll go back to you. 80-20, though I thought you were 90-10 last week. I was 80-20.
Sam, did you have a question?
Yeah, so I just wanted to hear the answer to Pirihira's question to Deputy Mayor Allen, because I was about to say it doesn't really happen very often, but I 100% agree with him, just except for the figure, because I thought he was a 90-10.
Shoot me because I've mellowed.
Yeah, I'm still in the 90-10, but if there's broad consensus around the 80-20, look, I'm not going to die in a ditch over it.
Taking on Monique's advice, we're talking about a range for policy moving forward. So 80 to 90% range, and we start at 80, again signals that we are looking to move that ownership shift over time towards the owner or private ownership. So I'm certainly comfortable one-off for 80, and I'm also comfortable indicating or giving a steer that it will move over time to 90.
That works in terms of how the rest of the policy is set up. Yep.
So just very quickly, mate, it's probably about like waste minimisation. I know we do a bit of work around preferred owner and that sort of thing. Is there anything further we can do in terms of, because there's a hell of a lot of bloody good dog owners out there that are never going to cause any problems, or I know we do that work, but is there anything we can do to perhaps make that preferred owner status a little bit more rewarding? And this is just a question, it's not for today. Because if we do that, there's ultimately less cost to council.
maybe we could come back with some advice around that next week.
Okay, so now we'll move on to health licensing. So at the moment we have licensing for health and liquor and licensing for the environmental side, community health and safety, all rolled into one. And so what Vi did was she talked through the different options, and we talked through the fact that yes, in the realms of health and liquor, there's both a community and a benefit for the community and a benefit for the owner in terms of the business owner. In the community health and safety space, we talked about the fact that for the large majority, the benefit sits with the wider community. So in terms of some of the policy work that's been done in this space, there's a little bit of and again that would sit in the fees fines area in the community and health. There's a little bit of revenue that comes in from this side. In terms of the health and liquor percentage, when I've looked at what we get in the door in terms of assumptions for health and liquor, that sits at around 20 to 30% of the cost of that activity. So Vi's done some work. She's gone through, she's looked at where do all of her staff spend their time? Then realistically, where should the cost lie? Based on that, what are we achieving in terms of a public-private split? Being able to set that percentage, though, for yourselves becomes a little bit more tricky because those levies for health and liquor are set by legislation. So there isn't a lot other than volumes and understanding what we might be able to do and managing the costs. There isn't as much that we can do in terms of having that control over what that split is. So realistically, if you were to say, we're happy with reasonably the amount of staff and where they're spending their time, then that is the reasonable policy that you'd set in terms of you'd set a 20 to 30% ratio in terms of recovery for the health and liquor area.
I might be on the wrong one, but the resounding point I recall last week was those licenses are a cost of doing business, like that it should be 100%. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think maybe Sam, you're the one that said it, and I think the mayor supported it, and I just thought I'd ditto. So I'm not sure. This has come back differently simply because she's gone away.
You're right in the sense of
am I on the?
You're absolutely right. So we did talk.
Or no?
No, you're absolutely right. So we talked about the fact that makes total sense. When she's then gone and done that work and said, okay, where are my staff spending their time? They're spending it hugely in the
about a principal point around the public and private benefit, not what. Well, yes, we consider what staff time, but if we were like these other splits we're considering, based on that, I thought it was sitting at 100%. But I don't know if others want to change their mind. Let's see.
So from a who benefits perspective, you all agreed 100%. If we were to say who should pay though, we're not actually currently based on who we've got, what we're paying out in terms of resource and what we're getting in the door in terms of government legislated fees. We're only getting a recovery of currently about 20 to 30%.
Yeah, so maybe just to explain that in a different way. Yeah, you were very clear, 100%. We've gone away to figure out how we would achieve that, and the law says we can't. The law says that there are some fees that are capped and we're not allowed to touch or play with them. I have asked the team to do some further work on this though, because the 25 to 35% private benefit, that's not common around councils. It's normally higher. It's not quite the 100% direction you gave us last week, but it typically sits in that 60 to 70%. And so we just need to unpick that a little bit to understand what's happening within our cost centres, but also just to test with government around, like, surely there's an avenue for us to be attracting revenue when we are spending additional time above and beyond on things.
Monique, yeah, it's Sam here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Go.
Yeah, like I totally agree, Monique, because either what it says is that either we're spending too much resource in these particular areas, or the legislative settings in terms of the fee levels are totally out of whack with the cost of providing those services. So, like, it's just totally unpalatable to allow that to continue. If this is, it's the whole issue of unfunded mandate, where central government is putting things on us to discharge as a service, and if they're setting fees and constraining us in that way, then yeah, I'd totally support a sort of a pushback hard and see what avenues there are to make sure that actually the cost of us providing the service reflects, it can be charged back to the person that's causing the need for that resource.
Yeah, we'll absolutely come back to you next week with that bit of information. Apologies, we couldn't quite get that last bit done.
So just to add to that, it's I see the work coming through from the team in terms of liquor applications, all the licenses, and it's huge. It's a big portfolio. Every week there's a huge amount of them come through the team. Most of them are unopposed. So that's but there's still a huge background of work our team has to do to go out to the statutory agencies to get their approvals, follow up inquiries from licensees. Now, quite a lot of them aren't simple. A lot of them are very complicated. I only tick off the last little bit of it. So it's a huge workload for the team around this. So I totally agree that the funding structure is wrong and it needs to change. But it's under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, of course, and I don't know how you do that, but worth a look.
Okay, we will definitely come back with a bit more information. From one topic to another, very hefty topic. So I'll jump in, a number of us will probably pitch in terms of this conversation. There isn't, so you received a briefing paper in terms of an outline of what development contributions are. From a very broad sense, though, they are when we are investing, we're spending capital and investing in our district to make sure that there's enough capacity to provide for a growing population. The development contributions policy provides that opportunity for the council to decide what portion of that spend that's attributable to growth is it reasonable to charge to the developer through development contributions. Those development contributions are assessed on a per lot basis generally, and they are charged or assessed at the point when a resource consent application comes in the door, or a building consent as well if that happens later. They're assessed at that point, and then when a property gets to the point where they're applying for their code of compliance or they're applying for their 224C, their subdivision application, that final stage, then they're invoiced for those development contributions, and that's when the cash comes in the door. For us, it's approximately $2 million a year that's been assumed in the long-term plan amendment in terms of a contribution from the development community towards the infrastructure that we need to build. And for this community in particular, the amount of growth expenditure that we need when we're building the infrastructure and upgrading our infrastructure, that investment for growth is huge. So what we've done, we have a development contributions model that we worked through. So development contributions were brought in again for the last long-term plan. Previously, they'd been on a hiatus period, so they were reintroduced for the last long-term plan. There's a model that's been set up. Effectively, what that does is that we enter the full long-term plan capital program into it. Then the
across the business, the team, when they're setting their budgets, do an assessment of when I'm spending this money, what portion of it is for the existing community, what portion of it is for level of service or for growth, for increases in the service level, and what portion of it is for providing more capacity or for growth. Then when they're doing that work as well, they have a look at that spending and they say, okay, if I'm spending that capital, how many properties is that going to be providing a benefit for? So that's roughly what a development contributions model does. For you today, what we wanted to do, we're early on in the assessment process, so it's just probably last weekend we finally got a first cut of the development contributions model back. But what we wanted to do was give you a very, very early indication of what that was looking like. So just to give you a sense of how this works, down the left-hand side, you'll see there's different, so you've got Levin, Taraika, Foxton Beach. What those are, they're called catchments, and what they are is effectively a service area for different infrastructure. And they allow, the policy under the Local Government Act effectively says, where you can, please group what you're spending by service area and by catchment or area that infrastructure services, so that where reasonable, it's those people that are causing or creating that growth that should pay. So for one particular area that was developed in the last policy, last LTP was Taraika. So you'll see when you look at land transport, stormwater, wastewater, water supply, that there is a specific charge for Taraika related investment. In addition, those lots in Taraika also pay the district-wide levy. Community infrastructure, so land transport, that's our roading network. Community infrastructure, that's things like our community facilities. When you look at, so stormwater, water, and wastewater are pretty self-explanatory. In terms of, I think if you look over at that previous LTP DC, that means that if we look at Levin, so when a property in Levin applies for a subdivision, they've got a lot, they want to split it into two, they would be charged $14,922 for that development. So they've effectively put an extra house worth of development on the property, and they're charged $14,922. For them, what that means currently in terms of what our model is looking like is they'd be charged an additional $410 from what was assumed in the last long-term plan. Where we're seeing the significant changes are in the areas of Tokomaru, and that's around the significant investment that's needed, particularly as you see in the wastewater treatment plant, so $14,914 per unit in terms of a cost. This isn't at its final stage, I'll emphasize as well. What we've gone through, the team have gone through and had a look based on the growth work that's been done. Isn't reasonable the numbers that we're saying in terms of the number of lots we're expecting over the next 30 years. The sense checking that we need to do is, if I'm going to make up a couple of numbers, but if we say in Oho there's 200 lots going to be created and we're spending $20 million, does it make sense that it costs $20 million to build for 200 lots? So that type of sense checking going around still needs to be done, but so I'll just clarify that. So Tokomaru has some significant changes, and that relates to the wastewater costs. So as well in Oho, this is a significant change as well. One of the key reasons for this is in the last policy when that was looked at, Oho included the cost of providing the additional reticulation and work to service just that part in Oho. But because the treatment and the reticulation and the ability to get to and from Oho relates to the Levin area, previously the Levin costs to be able to connect to the Oho area were not included in the Oho catchment. So it was an unfairly lower level of development contributions than it should have been
in that area. Dan, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of an iterative process as we go through a full review of the assumptions in the original LTP. So the effect in Tokomaru and in Ohia, we actually haven't changed the dollar value of the infrastructure investment, so that's still the same. What you're seeing the impact in those two areas is the amount of spread across and that public-private split. So for Tokomaru, for example, we're simply highlighting the fact that the cost, for these significant upgrades, does need to be spread to those new residents. So if you come up with, an additional number of houses, then all of a sudden we can divvy it up differently. But the other variable you can play with is that public-private split between existing residents and growth. So there's a little bit of work to do around Tokomaru. And in terms of the last version, you could say it was quite conservative in terms of weighting that cost onto the existing ratepayer rather than the growth aspect. So we'll relook at that and come back with some further information as we go through our own review process, double checking numbers, etc. But with Ohia, it's a similar situation that when the costings were put together for the infrastructure investment into Ohia back in 2020, there was an allowance to service around about 300 existing lots and the potential for around 400 additional lots between 2021 and 2041. However, when the numbers were put together, there was perhaps some more optimistic assumptions around the growth numbers. So we've scaled those back and we're in a review process. But it's probably what you say a worst case scenario, but we've got some further work to relook at that. In addition to the issue with the catchment, that Ohia, in order to service it, would be connected to Levin. So there's a cost that we've allowed for the likes of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, for the water supply that hadn't previously been factored in for the Ohia catchment.
So just picking up on Daniel's language there around the weighting that had been factored in around public-private split in terms of what the developer would pay versus what the community would pay. From what we can kind of unpick in the methodology, we can't see that those conversations came through to council for your advice and guidance. It looks like that was a decision made internally, and so what we're bringing to you is what it should be. And if as we kind of get closer through the process, you might determine that we're asking the community, well, how do you feel if these were essentially subsidised hypothetically by 20% and it fell on the ratepayer instead? But yeah, from what we can gather, it looks like some of those weighting conversations obviously happened internally and not necessarily at the council table.
Just a question from me, team.
You go.
Is it okay? Yeah, just a question, and I raised this during the time when we discussed the development contributions. But so take Ohio, which is obviously seen the biggest increase there. But does the figures there take the proportion of upgrade costs for the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant and put that in those figures? Because in the context of my question is that Tara Ika was taking up a whole chunk of the existing capacity within the system, particularly in terms of wastewater and water supply. And so from a fairness perspective, I'm just interested to understand how you've, is the OHAL community potentially being lumped with more of the costs associated with upgrades of the treatment plants because the existing capacity in the system has been allocated already elsewhere?
No, would be the answer. It is on a pro rata basis in terms of the projected number of houses over the next 20 and 30 year cycles are put into a spreadsheet, and regardless of where they are in Ohio or Levin, they would take the same share of that treatment plant upgrade on a pro rata basis. So there is also some further work to do around the prospect of remissions. When we haven't got connections in place. So the likes of Waiha, if you could say, well, should we be asking for funding now for an upgrade that's planned in 8-9 years' time, or would it be more suitable and we potentially get a pushback from the developer around some sort of connection charge? So there's some work that we'll need to do in that space as we see further development happening in more of those peripheral areas. Not so much of a certain concern in Tarahika, given that there's readily services at the gate. It's more of a concern for the likes of particularly Waitarere and Waiha, where we've got a potential for future upgrades and connectivity that we're looking to fund through this process. So there's some further work that we need to do, and we'll come back with that.
Yeah, because I guess my final comment is, earlier today in the council meeting, we essentially signed off on a plan on a page. Our top one priority, number one top priority was affordable housing, and these settings certainly don't help achieve that mission, do they? So we really do need that conversation around how do we achieve what we're wanting to achieve in terms of making home ownership and building more accessible and housing more affordable, but yet our DCs just are quite massive in some locations, I guess.
Yeah, so we're looking to pin down definitively the variable in terms of growth numbers. So that's the percentage that are divvied up. We're pretty well off the back of the latest discussions on LTP and where we've landed with the preferred option around the $70 million CapEx program. That can lock in the other column around infrastructure costs. So that then allows us to do some work to really come back with where that variability is around public-private split and which projects there is some flexibility on in terms of where the benefit lies. And that would be something we could have a discussion around the council table, and that would be the dial that we could turn around these costs. If the divvy was split and the costs were fixed, there's very little to then play with out the other end. But that's where the potential lies in terms of affordability.
Thanks, Dan. I was of the impression, in the last LTP, the Ohio community rejected the reticulation of water out there. Didn't want it. Is that still within our? Am I wrong on that? Is that still within our planning?
It's still within the plan to roll out for growth areas. I can come back with some clarification around the detail and exactly where that consultation process and the resolutions around that. But it's still currently funded to roll out infrastructure in the period of 2030-31. There was a feasibility study done in 2019. Very little work done in that intervening period, and it would be something that would be looked at closer to the time or in response to a developer moving forward in that area.
Yeah, because I think, as I touched on it before, is when is the time should be charging for because that's a big jump from what we saw in the last LTP in terms of the development contributions policy. So
Big part of that is the 15K on the top line, though. That in effect, it's the cost to develop a house next to the wastewater or water treatment plant would be the 15K. If we're looking to put additional infrastructure in a similar manner to Tarahika to connect a new community, there's an assumption that baseline cost would be shared as it would be for other developers. So that's a part of the big driver in that change is that we've now picked up that underlying rate.
Do we know yet how, if Three Waters went through, how the entity might deal with DCs carried forward and whether it'll go ping up or if they're given any indication or roundabouts for this?
Not yet. The conversations that we're having with the area of the business NTU is very far from being specific yet, unfortunately.
And the second bill doesn't give the water entity powers to have a development contribution, but it gives them a whole lot of other powers to direct pricing. It's I think that we could expect that we may still be collecting development contributions on their behalf.
And if we can't, subsequent, like if they do it, but they set it and we collect it, like, is there a real risk of it goes too high and it stifles our growth?
That's why they took them off in the first place.
Yeah, and like this is where we remember the spider web, right? We could look at these and be like, oh, that's going to impact affordable housing. How do we shift the dial? Well, it's how far you shift the dial, because anything that goes off there has to go on rates. Because we don't find that money. Like the money's got to be found through another mechanism, and the only other mechanism we would have is rates. Albeit loan funded, so therefore it might slow it down. But yeah, I think it's a massive concern that we don't have any control over.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we don't, but it's just that it's in our control now. It's might not be, and then how do you influence how much they move that if they carry it forward, because there's no more local voice there now.
Yeah, the old representative on the regional representative board.
It's a little bit of a counterbalance though, because first home buyers are not building new, and it doesn't come into an affordability perspective. They're buying the 1950s state home for $500,000. Yeah, eventually they might buy a section and build. So from this conversation, it's no different to the earlier ones really that we've had, that this is a cost, this is the cost to build, and it sits squarely with the developer, whether it's ma and pa who are building new, or whether it's someone with a whole heap of land that they want to subdivide and put 30 lots on. It's the real cost. It sits with the developer.
Yeah, with your background, I take your point. Does that mean then Taraika, that big, massive, brand new, lots of houses, first home owners are not necessarily going to, it's people moving to our district, and perhaps those currently that can upgrade. It's not our first home. Because I kind of thought that Taraika was going to be a mix, and if those young new first home owners aren't getting in there, then bummer.
Daniel, can you just remind me that if I own a property in Durham Street and I decide I want to subdivide it, put a new house on there, am I paying the $15,000 in development contributions? Yet you're not actually doing anything to the existing infrastructure that is going past my front door, but yet you're using it as saying that you're increasing capacity or whatever it is and stuff like that. I thought we had development contributions had to be used for actual increased capacity. Additional unit. So there's a difference between additional unit of demand and actually increasing the size of the pipe.
Yeah, it's that cumulative effect that over our 10-year period that we are recapturing those costs, that there is a growth upgrade within the network. So it's taking that network approach to say, within Levin, whether you're, we don't get down to the detail to say that individual house, yes, there might be 20 units of capacity. We're saying overall we need a new pipe from the wastewater treatment plant right through the middle of town all the way to northeast Levin. There's a whole process around renewals that, when they're renewed, we're doing upsizing as well to start to cater for that. And then that wastewater treatment, water treatment plant upgrades. All of those are factored in with percentages, and it might be helpful for us to not necessarily try and get you across that whole spreadsheet, because it's a bit of a challenging one. But to give you a bit of a snapshot of some themes around what those percentage splits are and what types of projects are in and out of that number that sits there in the final table.
And if I did my development in 2023, and you didn't put the new pipe until 2031, because it then had reached, the critical point where you needed to increase that capacity, but yet someone builds in 2030, do they then receive the 8 years benefit pretty much, or have we by that stage decided that they should be paying 18,000 or 20,000?
They would pay the inflated amount, so each year it would increase by rate of inflation.
Thanks, Benny, because you're actually like going down the line that I was thinking as well. I struggle a little bit with the development contributions, and even when I read the policy, as Bernie alluded to, it was about increasing the capacity of the infrastructure to meet the needs. But, in the 20 years I've sat here, I haven't seen any change at the Levin treatment plant. So you can make pipes bigger. We all talk about mountain to sea, but, the new word for me is sea to mountain. How do we track back? Where does it end up? Are we actually, are we actually increasing the capacity to what's required? And what I mean by that then is that when I see those contributions, that's pretty much a developer linking to our network. That's what I see. But they haven't been part of the building stones from the rest of the ratepayers to get our systems where they are. So what I'm saying is they actually get the best of something, and it's not that good. Let's face it, what we've currently got in terms of what we'd love to have, but they haven't had the wear or bear any cost to get where we are to today. And so when they hook into the system, you're saying there's a development fee, but I actually can't see where it goes. So if it's in building capacity, what does that actually look like? And I'm just looking at the Levin treatment plant alone. How many houses have we added in the last 10 years? How much development contributions have been made? And has the capacity actually been enlarged enough to cope with all the new growth, let alone all the prospective new growth that's coming to the area? That's really where I'm at, because I feel like existing homeowners are carrying the cost and the burden of all these developers. I don't think they contribute enough.
So just reminding council that development contributions used to exist, and then they were a decision of the council of the day was that they were to be removed, and so there was no development contribution fee. But there have been other mechanisms, whether that be what was called a financial contribution under the Resource Management Act, or no, that's under the Local Government Act, the financial contribution, or there's private development agreements. The year before, council reintroduced development contributions policy. Development contributions are so complex, and for anyone that wants to have a look at the Excel sheet, you're welcome to. And part of we have to be able to trace back exactly where the dollar comes and how we can demonstrate it's gone to that project, because if we can't, then that developer under our DC policy is able to challenge it and receive a refund. So there's the administration sitting around development contributions, and I think there might have been a couple of eyebrows last year raised when someone heard that we had a development contributions resource. We've got a staff member whose job is just to deal with development contributions, and part of that is probably an acknowledgement that we can do more to tidy up our process to ensure that we absolutely are implementing our policy, monitoring our policy, and not getting to the position where a developer could appeal something and then get a refund all because process hasn't been followed. David, do you want to comment? You've been across the policy a lot longer than any of us, probably.
I don't know if I can add too much more. Probably just to put a couple of dates around things. So 2015 was when we stopped collecting development contributions. So prior to that, we had development contributions, but then there was the basis for the decision was that we were trying to encourage growth at that point in time. There were flickers of growth, I guess, at that point, having been static for a long period of time, and it was seen that potentially the thing that might tip the balance to actually getting some of the development to occur here and some growth was actually removing the development contributions, which ranged between sort of 10 and 18,000, I think, for urban areas, and about 4,000 or 5,000, I think, for the rural area. So then we had a period of time with no development contributions, and obviously that was over the period of time where the district then started to grow more rapidly. And so through the last long-term plan, this stage of the process, we were talking to council and then agreed to consult on that process. And then from the 1st of July 2021 was when the new development contributions policy kicked in. So we've only basically had the benefit of collecting or starting to issue a number of invoices for development contributions because of those triggers which Jacinta talked about very early on in the section on development contributions. A number of those mean that developments that we've consented during this growth phase over the time that the policy's been in haven't actually got to those trigger points where we get the money in the bank. So that's why at the moment you're seeing a small amount of money, but quite a bit of admin work that's doing that. But I think it's important to recognise there has been this period of time between 2015 and 2021, 6 years, admittedly at a time when the district was probably growing its fastest it's been for a while. And some will argue maybe that's helped. Others will obviously just say that was the market doing what it is. So the policy's been in place, it's been working reasonably well. We've had a couple of, obviously it's early implementation, there's a few things that we've identified or we'll look to reword or make clearer and things like that as we go forward. And there has been a couple of opportunities for people to use. There are some remissions I guess written into the policy as well, which allow people to apply for when they meet certain criteria to maybe be exempt or to pay a reduced development contribution as well. So, but I think as the team have set out, what we are doing through this part of the process is I guess just trying to make sure that our enhanced understanding of the growth and the patterns of growth since when we did this in the lead up to 2021 to now, and then obviously matching that with the capital works program, that those figures sort of reflect where the costs fall, and what the team are presenting to you are the sort of the raw unmoderated costs, and then that sets us up for that conversation around, are you as a table comfortable that that's what we want developers to be paying in those locations? Are you comfortable with those base assumptions that we've got there? Or, as has been done in other times, a decision's been made to maybe moderate that a bit, and so maybe a cost and allocation isn't sort of seen as a deterrent.
Thanks for that. I suppose the only thing I probably see really is picking up on Bernie's point actually is that an existing landowner wanting to subdivide their property and do exactly that, I need to see that, and also need to see how a new development's being treated and how that charge is applied to them, because they are completely different scenarios. That existing home has already paid their way, and so I don't think it's reflected in the policy. I'll leave it there for now. I need to think a bit more about this policy, but it doesn't sit right with me. Given this day and age and the impacts we're feeling around us right now, listen to the rain outside. If you want to build your house in a swamp, then be prepared to pay the cost of living in a swamp. That shouldn't be borne on the council. So that's where I'm going. I think it needs a real look at. Kia ora.
that's exactly so. That's exactly the reason for the DC. But I think it'd be it's complicated. What I will say though, Nick and Daniel was calling, Barry and I probably, I think the ones that were around the table on 213 when we got rid of the development contributions policy, and that was because there was no growth, and there's also capacity of infrastructure at that time. There's also belief that there was the DCs were an impediment to growth, so we had to try and do something and press some buttons to try and stimulate some growth in the district, and by and large, I believe it did have an effect, and I still stand by right thing to do at the time. And I think you might have touched on the financial contributions. While there's been no DC policy, any substantial type of development that's happened since that time, and particularly later, has attracted good financial contributions and whatnot. So that, in my view, the district hasn't totally lost out in funds that they could have got through the DCs. And I think the DCs now are exactly the right time to bring them back. People, the growth has to be funded by people who are causing the growth, not the existing ratepayer, and that was the again the motivation to bring the DCs back. So, but the mechanisms of them, what makes it are horrendously complex. But more to learn.
Just to quickly flag, for so far this year, we received 665,000 in terms of development contributions. It was around, I think, 200,000 at the end of last year, so it's definitely starting to pick up as we thought it should.
I think the other critical point, especially in terms of development contributions, is when they took them off, the land values were really low. So as a percentage of the land value, $10,000 was actually reasonably high. But when you look at it, the land values have had two increases of, nearly 100% each 3 years. The land values have gone from, say, 200,000 to 600,000 in the space of that 6 years. So the percentage in terms of that development contribution against the land value is actually not matched that increase in land value rise at all. So in terms of why those figures might seem really huge and large, in terms of what's happened to the land value, it's actually quite small. And I would think we would, if you compared those development contribution values to a lot of other districts, we would be quite low compared to most of them. Quite low. I've heard of $85,000 in Porirua and things like that even. So it's all. You've got to look at the overall bigger picture in terms of that. Those figures look stark and a thing, and not quite understanding some of the differences and why they're there yet. I need to understand that a bit more. But on the face of it, to me, they. The reality is that what we've got to do.
Yes, for that, and the time frame it's taken to move through that plan change process with Taraika, the section prices have more than doubled in that time period in terms of where the developer was looking to hit the market, but their costs have also increased in that time. And the first stage alone that we've recently had lodgement, it's close on $4.8 million worth of development contribution for their stage one of their first development. So that's a significant piece of coin for them to be contributing. So you can imagine a lot of their scrutiny is around the robustness of our policy, what they're receiving from that, the overlap with the CIP project. There's been quite a significant amount of time and effort just put into the just that process to backwards and forwards the legals around a private developer agreement that sits alongside it. It's certainly a lot of admin in the background and administering it, and it does attract a lot of attention from a developer when they're forking out multi-million-dollar contributions. They want to know that every dollar and cent sits with them as a liability.
Well, there's been real great discussions. Jacinda, can you remind us of the steer that you wanted on this slide? Because we all love development contributions and they look great.
Thanks, Rogan. No, this was more of not so much a steer. This was more of an information piece to give you a sense of where it's at. Quick flavour of what development contributions are for those of you that haven't been in it that much. And then we would look to come back with them once we've had a bit more chance to review. Then we'd be looking at a steer in terms of recommending going forward.
But what we have heard is that we've got some there's some additional information that some councillors would benefit from just understanding the practical application of some of this. So if we give you some hypotheticals or some scenarios, I think we've told you we've got some work to do around moderation, and I'm wondering whether without like we haven't envisaged that the scope of the policy is up for review as part of this long-term plan amendment. But what I think I might have heard from the table is that there is just some concern around affordability and what this might do to your bigger vision around affordable housing for the district. And so we might just come back with some advice around that. But our intention isn't to go away and do a whole lot of work on the development contributions policy. Our intention is that we're doing the moderation in the Excel sheet so that when we come back to you next Wednesday, we can give you some more refined numbers. But we didn't want it to be a shock next week. We wanted to make sure you kind of had an early eyes onto this.
I suppose another part of my query, then, if you're going to do that, Monique, is I'll follow it up in writing to you, actually. That's a good one.
Just one more quick maths comment. 500 consents a year for 6 years, 10 grand per consent. That's $30 million. We probably need $30 million worth of growth related upgrades to our water treatment plant. I think the maths adds up pretty clearly on development contribution.
It seems to me this is a pretty good example of user pays, and I think as well as as people have been saying, we're not here to revisit the policy, but I think that could be worth having a look at, especially in terms of remissions. I mean, it's all very well having these fees here, and we do need these to deal with our infrastructure. But if we have a policy, I'm not saying it's full of holes, but it allows for, remissions, considerable remissions for development, then we get nothing, not we, but, someone's got to pay for it. It'll be the ratepayers if it's not the developer. So, in terms of that private-public thing, I don't even think public comes into this. It's user pays. And if the developer, of course, will look for every opportunity to not pay it. Fair enough. I mean, because that's the system that exists, and if they can work it, they will. But in the end, if they're not paying it, the ratepayer is. So, it's, I get, we need to, look at the level of fees, but I think it's also important we ever think about our policy ongoing.
Actually, final comment for me. Thank you for that, Councillor Barker. It was actually, as an example, what I was thinking to myself in that policy, what it doesn't do, is if a developer came to you and said, I want to develop 10 houses on my land and I'm going to make myself self-sustainable, I don't want to hook up to your system. How do we allow for that? How do we incentivize people to not link to a system that's broken? How do we incentivize people to want to put water tanks and septic tanks? Because when I look at that cost up there, Tokomaru, that's a lot of money, but it's not the cost of a septic tank. So I'm just saying, my thoughts are around that is you would incentivize some people maybe not to want to hook to our system to become more self-sustainable so that we're not putting those increasing pressures on our infrastructure already, because we've actually got enough to fix already. But anyway, that's my last statement.
Maybe the new RMA bill will satisfy that somehow.
Yeah, sorry, have we got much more to go? Because dinner's ready, that's all.
The suggestion was that it was probably a good stopping point before we move on to rates review, that we have a bit of food.
Okay, let's have a break then for half an hour. 20 minutes, yeah.
Sorry, guys. Is there anyone left in there, David? No. All right. We'll all go. We're on the home stretch. We'll turn the corner, heading towards the flag.
Couple of fun flags to work through before we finish off. Thanks, everyone. So this is really the next stage of detail in terms of the rates increase. What you'll see, I've just forgotten what the name of it is, but in your portal, the team have uploaded, it's called LTP Workshop 7 Rates Review Information. So I'll work through that as well with you in a little bit, but there is detailed at an SA1, SA2 level, all of the impacts for the different options that we're talking about, more detail supplied within that worksheet. But what I'll do first is I'll work through the slide deck and then we'll talk about that worksheet in a bit more detail. So when we've worked through the rates review, there's some conversations we've had around the fact that we have a significant portion of our rates that are fixed. So talking about the options around reducing the level of fixed charges that we have. And that's on the basis that there is a principle that it is reasonable that everyone doesn't pay the same level of rates regardless of the value of their property. I know I've had some communications from Federated Farmers through this process over the last couple of weeks. As we work through the conversation, some emails around different views that will come in through the submission process and through some of our discussions with groups around ratepayers and with our rural farming community around is rates a wealth tax or not? And so when we've talked from this perspective, it's important we're clear that if you are the intention is to move some of our fixed charges to more of a capital value based one, then that assumption is that this table would see that as a reasonable move. So in terms of that conversation, that's something that's worth mentioning. As well, we've had the conversation around moving, shifting and changing the general rate from land value to capital value. And as well through this process, particularly in relation to the revenue financing policy, is around making sure that significant exacerbators pay their share. And that what that does is that makes sure when we get to the likes of rates review, that we're making sure that we've limited the amount of rates where we can, and those that have caused issue with whatever or are the exacerbators for the community are paying their share in fees and charges so that rates can be limited. In terms of options to explore potentially in the next LTP, and it's something that I've put up there, but it's probably a question as well in terms of a steer from you, is at this stage we haven't explored additional remissions based on affordability or rates postponement. So that's something that I'm understanding is something that is pegged more for the LTP that can be addressed in more detail as part of that process. So just wanted to test that though as well. Is that generally the thinking of the table at this stage?
Absolutely, to exploring it, and absolutely for the LTP, the next LTP, based on affordability, not on a random age bracket.
And I would concur with that, Jacinta. I think we've got enough on our plate without adding more and more and confusing the whole issue and topic of land value versus capital value. We don't want to sort of start getting into minutiae, if you like.
Thanks. So we've been through this a number of times now, but just to highlight for the significant impact that's coming in this process as well as around the impact of revaluation. And for us is that differentiation between, particularly with the residential and rural community, in terms of different levels of increase in both land value and capital value for those different parts of the community. And that just gives a quick view of seeing this one a number of times as well, of where that capital value and land value change has occurred significantly in that industrial area. So options, there are a number of options that we've talked through in more detail. So they are, the first one, shifting the land value to capital value for the general rate. The next three are a combination of shifting some of our targeted rates from fixed charges to capital value. And then lastly, and the last one is around a little bit of a combination of both, which is shifting our land value to capital value for our general rate, but also where our rep and governance rate, which is 4.5 million, would be shifting that into the general rate as well, and making sure that all of those were on a capital value basis. So from that side of things, and this is something in terms of probably just to make sure we get a steer on, in terms of reasonableness for putting options forward at this stage, in terms of the detailed analysis that I've done for you in terms of the graphs, is to show option 1. Status quo would be the first one, and that status quo is status quo assuming that the revaluation occurs. So it's not a true status quo, but it is effectively a status quo in terms of rates policy, but which is impacted by that revaluation. The next one is around that general rate and shifting that from land value to capital value. And then the last one is around this combination one, which is shifting some of our targeted rate into the general and making it capital value, but also making sure that that general rate is shifted from land value to capital value. So it achieves a purpose of moving some portion of targeted rate into a capital value, and then the reason I suggest to you potentially the representation one, it can be seen as a more generalized cost, the cost of democracy, the cost of representation, of consultation, that can be shared across a whole community through a capital value charge. The community centre, the library, they often are one that can get more challenge from different sectors of the community that might not use those facilities. Effectively, everyone in the community is going to use the representation or democracy side of it at some point in time. So that was my just a suggestion in terms of something that can be reasonably justified in terms of why you would be moving it into the capital value side of things. So you'll see when we've worked through doing the graphs for you, you'll see that the first blue line is 2023 new valuations. So that's the same rates for 2023, but is based on the new valuations. Option 1 then is when you move into your general rate, moving it from land value to capital value. So for us, if we just look at doing that, so firstly, if we start off the new valuations, under the new valuations, just doing valuations alone, we'd actually see quite a shift in a number of properties to decrease their rates, and also there'd be a number of properties that are also increasing their rates. If we move from option 1, then we move to option 1, the number of properties that are decreasing drops a little bit, but also the number of properties that are increasing drops a little bit. Then when you move to option 5, you see a further drop in terms of the number that are dropping significantly, and then also a lower level of properties that are increasing by so much. There's also, though, once you move into option 5, there are quite a number of properties, 3,000 or so, that actually experience quite a big reduction in their rates. These ones here, the reason why you see such a shift from option 1 to option 5 is that's shifting the representation and governance rate into the general rate, so that's making it charged on capital value. If you were to say, and it's in the notes that you'll work through in more detail, why is that happening? Well, when you look at the properties, basic $760,000 in terms of a capital value is the point where if you have a property that's worth more than $760,000, you're going to pay more then this $275 targeted rate for rep and governance that's there now. If you have less than $760,000 of a capital value, you're going to pay less than the $275 charge that you've got. That's currently charged based on the targeted rate. And that's where that differentiation starts to happen. So for all these properties here, those are ones that are effectively going to be worth less in terms of a capital value, and that's why they're under option 5 are going to be paying less. And that's why there's that shift between going from option 1, which is firstly just moving the general rate to capital value, then adding on the rep and governance. So that's why you see more of a shift left with those ones. Because though we have a rates increase that's sitting at 7.9%, you then, in terms of what that does, is that then shifts, if the grey bar is option 5, but adding on the rates increase for this year. And that gives you an indication of the end product. So we're going from the blue, which is just the valuations, then to get the general rate into capital value, then we're going to add on the rep and governance, and then we're going to add on the rates increase for this year. So that gives you a sense of, once all of those options and the rates increase is considered, what's happening across the district. So in terms of, there are some properties in the residential area that are going to see some sizable increases, but they'll be in those properties that have sizable capital values. Otherwise, a big portion of them are sitting in this -5 to +5 area. Once you start to look into your rates review Word document, I've effectively worked through each SA1 area for you. It will show you the average capital value for each as it was before the valuation, as it was after, and then individual graphs showing the percentage changes and the dollar changes for all the different areas. For some of them as well, where particularly areas like Levin Central, I believe, where there's a number of houses where you've got household income that's quite a bit lower. That's been broken out into the SA1 areas, so you can see what's happening at that more granular level. And the reason, I guess, is why I've got all of this information there is for you to go through it. The easiest thing you can do is, if you print it or you've got it on your screen, just circle and put comments. Why does this make sense to me? I'm not quite sure why this is happening. Then what we'll do is, I'm more than happy if we set up a half-an-hour session and we can work through some of your questions, or even attach to the workshop at the end next week. We could talk through it a little bit more. I think what I wanted to do is make sure you know how to work through the information. For each, for example, for residential, I've given the team have worked on some overall explanations for you at the top of each section. Utilities, business, rural, farming, rural properties that are not farms, they're all broken out with some explanation there. But at an overall view, you can see for some majority of residential properties, there isn't a significant change. Some are increasing, some are decreasing. The ones that are decreasing, they're decreasing predominantly because they're lower value properties. Just some key points as well. The average capital value before our revaluations was 374, and the average capital value after revaluations is 576 in the residential area. So there's an average increase of about 54% in those areas. And for some properties, if they had a significant increase greater than the 54%, that would be a reason why under evaluation change, they would have an increase, because they're increasing by more than the average. And once you start to look at the graphs and try and question what's happening with them, I'm more than happy to keep adding to the detail that's in that worksheet as well. What I want you to be able to do is, as you go out and work with your community, is for your own individual graphs for those areas that you particularly work with, is you've got your scribbled notes, or you've got additional information. We've got it at a property level, so you know almost. I'll keep adding to them for everyone that's over 15%. Why is that happening? Can I explain it? Am I happy to have that conversation with the resident? So going to have to jump out. So as an example, I think there's 206 residential properties with increases over 15%. And that's before the rates increase. So that's important when we talk about that policy increase, just so that it's treated a little bit separately. These properties have an average capital value of $884,000 and higher than 54% increases. So you can see they've had a higher than average increase, and compared to the average capital value of $576,000, their properties are worth a lot more. So therefore, when you move to capital value, you're going to have properties in this range that are going to start to pay more. And from a policy perspective for you, that's your choice to make in terms of the rates review and the purposes with which we've been through this process. I'm not going to go through all the detail of all the slides, but I wanted to make sure you are clear on working through the individual.
Sorry, Jacinta, can I just clarify something for me? So if I've got a property, two properties next door to each other, and one's got a higher capital value than the other of over 700, one's say 700 and one's above, one's 800, the one that's 800 will actually be paying more for representation and than the one that is at 700 next door, just because it's worth $100,000 more.
That's right, as they will be for the planning and regulatory, for the strategic planning and the other things that are paid for through the general rate.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you. Yeah.
So at the moment they do, for a lot of the general rate, they do but it's based on land value.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. And what's important for land value to capital value is, while you might say rural properties, for example, because when you look at the graphs for rural and farming, there isn't a significant change towards rural increasing. There are some that are increasing.
Yeah.
It's because you build your house, and a significant part of the capital value of your property is the building. And so those improvements, generally residential properties will have, for the size, will have a higher capital value relatively than would a rural property for the same size. Yeah. So we're just on an issue with that. Oh, great. Thanks. Sorry, just be a moment. Oh, there we go. Okay, so stepping into the rural farming one. Why I've called it rural farming is historically here we had the rural zone, which was not everything that wasn't in the towns, but the last long-term plan had a policy change where instead of from a general rate perspective, there was a differential for rural properties, and that was looked at. That meant for every dollar of land value, the rural sector paid less relative to non-rural. But for the last long-term plan, that was changed so that it was only for rural farming properties. So when quotable value looks at your property, it's arable, dairy, all the different rural type uses of a property were the only ones that received that differential. So that's why this is grouped separately, because it is effectively the true farming and horticultural properties in the district. So I think this one's
so probably just for the new ones to sort of, previously we had a total value of the whole district, and we had a differential that said that 75% would be paid by the urban population and 25% by the rural population. But of course, values went up, especially in the urban area, and didn't correspondingly go up in the rural area. So the amount, the 25%, became greater for the rural area than it was previously, and it got out of sync. So we actually took away that differential and said no more than, I think it was $1 on a dollar value rather than
50 cents.
Yeah, 50 cents, yeah. So that's why we took away that, because of the QVs had changed so much. And this would only have exacerbated, this QV would have only exacerbated that even more. So it made it fairer, definitely. Yeah.
So in the rural farming area, there's a lot more variation in terms of what's happening in these ones. So I will provide a little bit more information into your worksheet in detail around some of these areas so that you've got a bit more explanation. I know particularly for Councillor Olsen as well was keen to see it broken down into different types of rural properties as well. So under this area, the blue ones represent the valuation change. A significant portion saw large decreases, but also there are some big increase change in terms of the valuation as well. So there's definitely some big variation for different reasons in terms of what's happening in this rural farming area. Option 1, in terms of moving from general rate based on land value to capital value, saw a 5 to 10% change in terms of a big portion of the properties would be increasing by 5 to 10%. Under moving to option 5, which is moving the rep and governance in there as well, actually you can see that has the impact of shifting that slightly in the other direction. So it evens it out a little bit in terms of the increase. What I will make sure you provided with the explanation on is these 300 properties here that are proposed to have a sizable increase. Because we need to make sure the explanations are all in the file and they've been done. I just haven't put them into that worksheet for you just yet, but that will be done in the next couple of days so you can see those explanations as well. So it's fairly varied. So there's this group of properties that you need to make sure you're aware of and the reasons why. But on an overall sense, there probably isn't the level of change that potentially you may have expected through talking about this policy change. So in terms of summarizing some of those key reasons, surprising for me actually when you look at the average capital value is 286, and after revaluations is 532, and I actually thought that would have been higher. So when you look at the reasons why under option 1 it then shifted to the left was because the average value of those properties from a targeted rate perspective is for that rep and governance is that under those they're actually paying less. So those 258 properties with increases over 15%, they have an average CV of 649. But one of the key reasons why those will be changing as well is because they previously had a differential where they paid less in terms of the rate. So that is a predominant reason for that change. And for those rural properties, capital value won't be a significant portion of their property's value. And so when you go from paying 50% based on that value to paying 100%,
based on capital value, it is a change for them. So for that area in particular, that's where you're going to see, for those properties with a high capital value or high, that's where you're going to see the biggest change in terms of an increase for those properties. Other than utilities. So utilities, we talked about this one, but there is a big change here. And that's moving to capital value, and that's because what's happened is that when you base it on land value, you don't pick up the utilities because it's based on the kit rather than on the land value. So 402,000. So that's under option 1. So total rates increase. So this is significant. So total utilities is 6. Total increase for utilities under option 5 is 600,000. So that's a significant change in terms of the level that utilities pay. When we look at, so for us, our properties, it will be for year 1, for this year, and for next year, it will be an increase for us in terms of what we pay on our property, so our water infrastructure. But then when we move to the new entity, that will be a cost that will no longer be with the council. Not just yet. So I've even thought about it in terms of, not listing names or particular addresses, but just properties in areas with value and change and all that. There's no reason why we can't share this with you at a granular level with the explanations. Without providing the personal information, we can provide the SA1, the SA2, the property and its value and what's changing. So if there's any particular things that it would be helpful for you to get in and be able to explain things to your communities, let me know as you work through the graphs and what you'd like to be able to get down to feel comfortable talking to the members of the public, because my experience is the more comfortable you are, the better chance we have of getting that. Yep. So at the end of that worksheet are those example properties. Yep. So they're sitting in there for you to have a look at with the different options and how that works through. Yeah. But I think you probably want it. You probably want more. Yeah. But absolutely, that's a good start. Don't have quite the time for an app on this one. So this is a slide that I used last week, but I'll just show you again because I think it's important. Is one of the reasons you looked at wanting to go to capital value was around just looking at equity and affordability. In terms of some of the purpose of that, our SA1 areas with median household incomes less than 50,000. This is in terms of what these options do for those properties, excluding the rates increase at this stage, is under option 5. There are 2,000 properties, 2 and a bit, that will see decreases of 0 to 5%, and just over 1,600 properties that would have a decrease between 5 and 10. So for those rates increases that are sitting there, and you'd see some significant changes for those households. And that's just the same thing. So
In terms of consultation options, we have a couple of options to get to the options. One is we definitely have to have the status quo. There's a potential to go with status quo or option 5, or we could go with status quo, option 1 and option 5. In terms of just moving the land value to capital value, and then moving land value to capital value, including the general rate. My sense is this is quite a complicated topic. Sometimes simplicity is good, but happy to hear your feedback in terms of what you might think.
Sorry, and then the information we're going to get is will we see the comparable differences to the effects of option 1 to option 5 if we're going to discuss that.
Absolutely. So in here, when you're looking at this, you go from the new valuations, then you go to option 1, and then you go to option 5. So the difference between option 1 in the orange, in the light orange, and then option 5. So that change is effectively that option. Yeah. Go ahead, Sam.
Jacinta, hi. Just a quick question, and sorry, this is slightly off the options, but how do the we previously discussed trying to put more of a rates burden on forestry block owners, and also potentially doing sort of trying to disincentivize land banking. And I'm thinking of like those big tracts of industrial land, particularly around Levin, that aren't being developed, because the move to capital value will actually mean that those people will end up paying less, right? So land bankers and potentially forestry block owners would pay less.
So land banking, effectively what happens now is you can go and basically if there's one big block, it could be subdivided into 20 lots. Then we would have fixed charges at the moment. But what happens is at the end of the year, they'll consolidate everything back into one parcel so they're only paying one targeted rate for the whole big lot, 20 lots. Under the capital value scenario, they're still paying on the value of the properties. There might not be the house value on it yet, but they effectively end up paying more than they would if you were doing it on a targeted basis. In terms of the industrial as well, one of the biggest increases that we're seeing is in that industrial area, and land value and capital value will be growing in those areas, and they currently will have a significant rates increase due to the valuation change. Previously, there is some remissions. I believe it's Tarador Road. Some properties receive a special valuation on the basis of if it hadn't been assumed that property was rezoned into residential zoning. That kind of goes against the reason why you have a rating policy where you do it based on capital value. So there isn't any proposal at this stage to change the valuation for those properties that are changing through this process. In relation to the forestry, it probably gets to the point where we haven't had enough time to do a thorough enough job to get the evidence to set up a forestry rate in that way. Absolutely, I think it's a great suggestion, and we can start on that work for the LTP. There's no reason why we can't do it for the next one, but we're just not ready to do it properly yet.
Comment on options. They seem confusing in the way they've been bundled in our slides. For me, I'd like option 1 as is, general rate, should we change to LV? Option 2 as is, library rate, do we change it to LV? Option 3, just aquatics rate, do we change it to LV? And option 4, representation rate, do we change it to LV? 4 options, yes, no, is consultation document, as opposed to giving people 3 options, pick one. Here are 4 questions, yes or no, to each one. Yes being change, no being status quo. That's the same outcome with simpler questions, isn't it?
Yep. I mean, you could. I was trying to limit the number of examples and scenarios you were showing them in terms of all the moving around.
I see that, but surely the 4 options go on the same graph you've shown us instead of having, we have current values and then we have 4 options. To me, the graphs are kind of the same. The maths in the background is different. But I know that people out where I live are probably real happy to pay a library rate, but don't want to pay their aquatic rate. That question for them, option 3, they wouldn't want to hear about. Yeah, just my thoughts.
What are some other thoughts around the table?
So, look, I think simple is best. And for me, the status quo versus option 5, with a clear backgrounder about the principles surrounding the suggestions for option 5. Because at the end of the day, when you look at the graphs, that option 5 most successfully realises the sort of principles around affordability that we can get to under the current legislation, basically. So I would worry about having too many options, and to me it's just a case of, do we want to make this significant ground shift for the reasons around affordability, equity and so on, or do we not want to? Now, that's not to say we can't provide a wealth of extra data, so that people can well say we want to meet in the middle, we want to look at option 1 or whatever, but I really would like the idea of that focused conversation about, do we want the status quo with all the issues that throws up in terms of the shift in valuations and so on, or do we want to move towards option 5, which is about the capital value basis along with representation and governance, which as you said, Jacinta, there's very compelling reasons for that, as to why that should be included as opposed to the libraries and other things. So that's my view. Keep it simple, status quo or option 5.
I'd like to add option 1 to the mix, to be honest. I'd think that going from the status quo to a capital value that also includes another general rate or land value rate is, to me, is too wide a gap. There needs to be something else in the middle that offers that middle ground. And I think, yes, basically you're saying to people, do you agree with capital rating or land value rating? Yes or no? But then, because you're going to put any of these sorts of graphs in there in terms of the impact of what they will be, then having another little option there, I think, is actually just gives it a slightly wider scope for people to say, oh yes, I agree with capital value, but I don't really think we should be adding bits to it, type of thing. I know that sounds a bit wishy-washy, but I'm not a yes or no person. I'm sometimes a maybe person, and you need that maybe option in there, is my thinking.
Just a question. on our website that indicative rates calculator where you type in your address and voila, it's what you're paying now and what might be next year, or what is next year. Could, during this consultation process, we have that, and it gives you this is what it would be if we go with option 1, option 5, or status quo quizzes. And so they know this is my house, this is what I'll effectively be paying, because in the consultation document it wouldn't give their person. Because really, at the end of the day, most people that submit are thinking about themselves, not the person round the corner or in another part of our district. They just want to know, for me, what does that mean for me? So that, and if we could promote that indicative rates calculator, that would be great.
Sure, yeah, the intention is to have a letter that goes to each property and says your rates are changing from this to this because of your valuation. Then under the rates review, these are the two things that are proposed to change, so 1 and 5, and then your rates are proposed to increase. Therefore, it's going to come to roughly this amount, so they can see the individual components. But then that would be, yes, available online as well for them to go and search up.
Yeah. So yeah, and I say promote it, but that's just my take, because I've demonstrated it to some people who have asked, and they're like, "Whoa, I didn't realise we could do that," and it's really helpful. I'm leaning towards Mayor Birdie's point about status quo 5 and 1, rather than just heaps or just 2.
I don't know if the difference between 4 and 3 is heaps. I've really got to say, I think we should have faith in people to be able to answer yes/no questions about, do you want libraries to be paid by everyone? Do you want aquatics to be paid? Do you want these based on land value or not? It's four questions, it's tick boxes. If you're doing it online, you could have them reactive to the form, and you could get,
I think it's really...
you asking, do I pay something, or do I just change the LV to the CV? Like, I thought you meant, do I pay aquatics or do I pay libraries?
So do you change the aquatics? Do you want it paid based on LV or CV? Libraries, do you want it on LV or CV? And then we get the exact data on what the community actually wants in this very specific blend.
The libraries are fixed charge, though, at the moment.
Yeah. Is our question, are we changing them from LV to CV, from fixed value to CV?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you were referencing land value, so I was confused. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think that so Rogan's right, like it's not difficult for us to ask the questions. What is potentially a bit more difficult is the more options we have, that's the more modelling that we've got to provide within the consultation document. So every option has to, that we can't just ask a question, we've got to provide the analysis, which will mean that we'll need to do, and it's all, when I say we have to do, like it's done, so it's not difficult, it's more about, that is more reading that the community are going to have to do to kind of understand all those different options, but it can be done. It's just up to you guys as to whether you want more or less. Were you going to say something, Jacinta?
Well, for me, the biggest one's always been about the people believe in land value or capital value and the difference of. And that's the fundamental question we're trying to address there. Secondly, it would be the effects on each property under what we're proposing. So, as a compromise, I probably support Bernie's about the status quo 1 and 5. But the fundamental question is capital value rating supported or not? That's the biggest question. I think that I'm just worried about clouding things too much as well. Sometimes more isn't better. Sometimes less is better. So I'll compromise and go with Bernie's 1 and 5 status quo.
My comment is, if you read a little bit ahead, what we're putting out is more open and transparent than what we've done previously, right? So actually being more open and more transparent actually lends its way to Rogan's advice in terms of give the information to our community and let them make a choice around and let them tell us what we want rather than us limiting the options or making choices on their behalf and not being open and transparent. So I'm happy to move in that direction.
I was just thinking one suggestion could be, because it's the Reckon governance rate's around 4.5 million. I think 4.5 million also includes, if you combine library community, I think it's four and a bit. So we could, for example, if we went for option 1 and 5 in status quo, we could, in the supporting information, we could in our consultation say we've assumed around 4.5 million is moving from targeted rate into capital value, and we've deemed that this particular rate is the most the best one to use for these reasons. In the supporting information around where we put more rates, we could include all the graphs with all the options, but not have all the modeled options necessarily in the consultation document itself. So they could make comments on it, but not necessarily have it as a specific option within.
Just another thing I'm sort of probably concerned a little bit about consultation is that, all right, we get 1,000 submissions and we get, say 75% say, yes, I want to go to capital value rating. And then the decision about whether they also pay for aquatics or library and that, again, is going to be difficult. But then when we come to reading those submissions, deliberating on those submissions, as we know, the table is only a guide. It's not the decision-making thing. We don't have to say, oh, okay, well, 75% of the people voted for capital value rating, but we're actually going to be swayed by some submissions, oral submissions we've heard or whatever, and we're not going to agree with that. We're going to leave it as the status quo. And I'm just conscious of the need to ensure that we don't overcomplicate that and it sort of almost sets in concrete the decision that we have to make. And so in some ways we've got to have a little bit of flexibility there to have our own interpretation or our own sway in thinking on our own opinions in terms of that, because this is a decision being made by this table with the influence and the hearing of what the community are telling us. And how that happens, sometimes it says, yes, I will hear my community and I'll vote accordingly, or 2, no, I believe differently and I'm going to vote the way that I want to do it anyway. So, yeah, and we've seen in the past where we've not necessarily absolutely taken into account the submissions that we've got in front of us, that's all.
If you don't consult on a particular option, you can't make a decision on that particular option. So maybe that's a way that you could decide how you want to do it, is what options are you prepared to strike out right now? Because if in May you've heard from the community that they love the idea of capital value, but they'd like you to tinker with the aquatics rate, if you haven't asked them about, if we have not modelled and given them the aquatics rate change as an option, our advice to you is going to be, councillors, that triggers significance. You can't do that without reconsulting with the community. So your options that you consult on need to reflect the options that you're prepared to make a decision on.
I think clear, direct democracy by the people of telling us exactly what they want and us doing exactly what they want is probably a pretty good move. but that's kind of my 2 cents on it. I think if we go forward with options 1 and 5, we're going to have a lot of long-winded submissions that say, I like option 1 and I hate option 5 because of the rep and governance part being in it, as opposed to clear statistical information of what people actually want on yes or no on specific topics. But that's my 2 cents. I think it'll be easier to make decisions with data than long-winded submissions.
So
My personal is I think this is too many options, but I'm happy to be guided by the table. I just think in terms of getting getting people's head around it, it might go more into the philosophy around. I guess maybe we could introduce it, but I feel like my feel is it's probably too many to go out with, but happy to be. It's your decision.
And yeah, without kind of getting into semantics, they have to be options, and we have to provide, like, they've got to be packaged up as options, because if they're not packaged up as options, that we won't pass audit and we won't pass the hot review. So
we've got to have a preferred option as well, don't we? Yeah.
No. It's up to you guys. What I'm saying is that if you, if you want to make a decision, let's say you're going to ask a question of the community about the aquatic rate, which is option 3. You can't ask, well, you can ask them a question about the aquatics rates, but you're not going to be able to make a decision about the aquatic rate if you have not packaged that up as a practicable option for them to consider as part of the consultation. This is where, like, the Local Government Act eats away at our ability to do authentic community engagement, but it's and your ability to make, agile decisions based on what community tells you at the time. But I'm just trying to make sure that we don't get into process with audit.
In that case, do we need? See, this was my misunderstanding of his lots. So when we say here at this stage of the process, 1, 5, and status quo, when it goes into the document, are you just saying it's 1, 2, 3? As in they just become 1, 2, 3, and then we pick from that 1, 2, 3 a preferred option, and so therefore 3 of these fall off in that instance. But if we were to say 1, 5 status quo, and perhaps the 5 with the library and aquatic centre as well, that is effectively just joining those 2. Then we've included somewhere in the consultation that otherwise we had to do the whole 5, so it's there otherwise. Is that right? Because I'd be interested in that hybrid, the 1, 5 and the merge. So then it's kept simple. That there's 3 options, or effectively 4 now because we're going status quo as well. So it's 4 instead of 6, because it becomes those 5 plus status quo. You end up with 6 options. So it's 6 or 4. God, yeah. I just needed to get my head around. Anyway, there you go.
And I agree with Jacinta's assumption at the beginning that the library and the aquatic rate were, they're almost too difficult
to do. We know already that there are a number of people out there in our community who say, well, I don't use that facility, so why should I pay for it? And we're only going to add fuel to the fire, I believe, by adding it into the capital value debate. That we pull those out, that we have, and I still believe that 3 options are the right thing to have. So status quo has to be one of them. So therefore, the other 2 options are either just a shift from general rate from land value to capital value, because that's a nice, simple, easy thing to understand. And what your third one is, well, I'll let you decide that. I like the wrapping governance into that, but anyway, I'm open to persuasion about that.
No, just don't underestimate the amount of debate that's going to come from the simple question of land value to capital value. Those have been at the table when we've had that debate previously, Barry. And by complicating it with the middle bits, I think it's a recipe for disaster, quite frankly. Because it's a big debate already.
In the plan on a page that you adopted today, obviously one of your top 10 priorities is doing a rates review and ongoing rates reviews to ensure a fair and equitable system. And so could a way forward just kind of, because I think, Rogan, you're raising really important points about, well, if we don't ask them, like, how do we know? Could we ask some questions that aren't necessarily linked to an option, but that then forms intelligence and feedback for council to consider the scope of any further rates changes as part of the LTP proper? Oh. Oh, he's writing that consultation document.
We could say these are the 3 options for the next LTP. We might look at further moves from targeted to capital value. Would you be interested in us looking at these particular rates, and then they could say yes or no?
We know from previous consultations, though, that those that just tick boxes.
They don't. We can word them so they're not.
Yeah, I'm just conscious of the fact that, and I know reading them as well, but we tend to gloss over those ones probably a little bit as well.
So, does anyone else want to give their views in terms of that selection? Yeah.
Kia ora. So just going back to what you said earlier, Jacinda, about like keeping it easy and simple, because we have to try and explain this to our people. I'm getting confused about how we're trying to keep it simple. And I'm not going to be able to do that with the people I have to engage with. I'm okay with what you've said. That's simple. What we've just received. I don't know that I can explain, because I mean, to me it's saying those things, but I'm just asking yes or no.
You're also making it a question, though, in terms of for each of those, library and community centre, aquatic, library and community centre, rep and gov, the different combinations of each of them. You would have to come up with the scenarios and the rates examples for each of the different combinations of the yeses and nos that could go together, which creates a little bit of a...
Can you use your microphone, please?
It'd be easy enough to do on our rates modelling website. It'd be, a couple of days labour for someone to do that.
Look, I think we're all over the place. Could I come back to the keep it simple philosophy? And look, I think there's an opportunity for questions to feed into the next step, as Monique has identified. So I'm not ruling that out, but I really suggest that for now we focus on, as Ross said before, what is us promoting either the status quo or a shift from land value to capital value, because that's the big debate. And let's have that big debate, which would mean, therefore, status quo versus option one, and forget about things which I retract my previous thing about including the representation and governance. To me, it makes sense, but that's going to complicate the discussion. And within those two options, I think we can take that first bold step about, do we feel we will end up with a much fairer rating policy by making that move from land to capital value, and just make that the debate. So that's I think we've really got to keep it simple.
I'm also conscious that there's now 4 or 5 not here, and I just wonder whether we've got till say Friday afternoon to talk about, or give some feedback back to those councillors that aren't here, and get a preference that way, in that we do simplify it as much as possible.
What Rogan sent out, if a compromise position was that council consulted on 2 options for a decision this year, which was on status quo or option one. Option one.
Oh, option one, sorry.
But in addition to that, signal to the community that we want to consider further changes, and use those 3 questions as you've put it in the submission doc and the consultation doc, saying we want to get your early feedback about whether this is something we further explore as part of the 2024 LTP.
Does ripping out the middle 2 of those questions just get us onto a happy place? If it's question 1, do you support LV to CV? Question 2, do you support rep and governments being moved to CV? 2 questions, yes or no. Are we all happy with that?
There'll have to be some background info.
That probably gets us to of those around the table.
Yeah.
The other compromise position of option 1, option 5, status quo, albeit they're called different things.
Yeah, I despite being passionate on this, I don't actually care that much on how we word it at all. Other people are going to write how it's worded.
It's helpful though, Rogan, because it's...
But let's get the words right.
Oh yes, the words are so they're not written in a way to get through consultation.
And our interchange of language between option 1s and 5s and LBs and CVs make it tricky.
So is everyone comfortable with that compromise? What? No, we're at status quo and option 1. No, we're then with the questions of...
Yeah, option 5, option 1, status quo, but it's just worded in a way which
give us some guidance.
Meets this expectation. And while for some of you having only 2 options might have had a nice ring to it, probably just like by having 3 options, it provides that alternative. But also remember, for landfill, there's going to be 3 options. For 3 waters, there's going to be
27
2 options. Dog fees, there's yeah. So our intention was to now take council through kind of, okay, so deep breath, like where are we and how is this all going to shape up? But I just want to check that we feel like it's okay and appropriate to do that.
When you say...
Maybe just... like you've all got the slides in front of you, and I know that some of you have read ahead.
So on this one, this is our recap. I have jumped ahead and kind of ticked the landfill, which we'll come back to next week, and more information on fees and charges. But for the contents of the consultation document, we have the key issues in the narrative, the big issues. We've got our options on the waters, rates review further. We've just agreed those. Yes, we've got options for the rates, and more information is coming on the development contributions. So while we haven't ticked as many as I have, that we are steps further than when we started. Does that make sense? Yes. Would you like to look a little bit at the consultation document, or you've got the slides which set out kind of where we're headed, and key concepts are those first ones, the team effort, being more open and transparent, and that feedback really matters, particularly for the landfill, looking at how we can incorporate submissions that people made last time to make that as easy as we can for people. And so what we're doing is fleshing out those further slides for each of the sections to work up the options, to make sure that we've got the background and the context. And I took a lot of notes during the landfill section, particularly about making sure that we're setting out where we are, the facts of the current situation, what we're doing. And so we'll go away and work those up for that draft document for you. Are you happy if we continue and do that? And then we will fill in the gaps of the consultation document after next week's meeting, where you've had the opportunity to discuss preferred options, and then we can have that all ready, and then it will go to audit for them to start on the 13th. So basically, if I skip right to the end of kind of the next steps, here. So we have the workshop on the 8th. We discussed the consultation document and supporting material. Lisa Campbell will also come and talk about consultation, the material that we're sharing, and discuss your wishes to be involved during the consultation process. We'll tidy up, finish off the last items needing the ticks. Then we head into audit. And then the material comes back to you on the 15th of March for the decision to adopt it, to go out for consultation.
So what would be helpful is, for those of you who've already read the slides, be great to hear it now, but for those of you who haven't, rather than maybe going through it now, and we'll follow up with all elected members in an email tomorrow morning, if you can read that last segment of the slides from tonight, and if you have an allergic reaction to something, that's probably that's a red flag to say, let us know. If you don't have an allergic reaction, that means that we've done what we hope we've done, which is continue to kind of build on everything to get to a point where when you see a draft consultation document next week, you don't feel surprised. But just checking in with you around the issues, the options, and at a really high level, that the bones of it is coming together. I see Councillor Jennings has his hand up.
I'm Nick. Hey, yeah, look, totally happy with that approach. Having gone through it now, I was just going to give some feedback now because I just wanted to clarify something. Under issue 4 rates, and then the heading, what options are available. So I think it's, I don't know what slide number it is, sorry. So the consultation document will sort of just have the high level questions and options, but then the supporting document will have more detailed information about, so for example, what the cuts to service levels of service would look like and the price tag associated with them. Is that how it will work?
Yes, we would have that detail so that people could see what that option would actually entail.
Sweet. And just the other feedback, I really love the reference to leak detectors in the early slides and then under issue 1. So thanks and well done.
Thank you.
The last few slides of the presentation, long-term plan, CapEx, the whole, the big long list. Yeah, the massive total one. The last, the last 10. Okay, everyone understand where we're at and what we're doing, and so there'll be an email from the team tomorrow morning, or tomorrow some stage, I hope so in the morning, around the expectation around reading the rest of those slides. Any allergic reactions, please get back to the team as quickly as possible, and then will we have any prior reading to next Wednesday, or will that just be appearing?
Yeah, we'll see where we're at with the draft consultation document. Yes, we have been intending to have all the material drafted and to you before the meeting so that you have an opportunity to look through it. So we'll do the check-in tomorrow and just look at that timing.
I just note that we're due for a 12 o'clock start again next week, and it's down from 12 to 2 in my diary, and then a 3 o'clock Horowhenua Company Health Hub update. Is that just
me?
Oh yeah, right.
But we're probably going to need more than 2 hours.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so right.
We'll get Grayson to clarify that tomorrow morning.
Right, cool. All right, people. Good stuff. Thank you. Productive day.
Thanks, Bernie. See you later. Thanks, everyone.
Enjoy your holiday.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Excuse me, Benny. Because we start with karakia, we close with karakia.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, apologies. Yeah, please.
Kia tātou katoa, te atu whai o tō tātou ariki ai hukareiti. Me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairoa tapu, ake. Amen.